Welcome in, friends. It is Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, and Chaos Theory is on the air right now, 7 to 9 for the next 2 mornings. Adam Wagner and myself, Rodney Rodriguez, with all your Texas sports, all your NFL, all your MLB. It's even Ryder Cup week. There's so much going on this week in the prime time of your sports yeardom. This is the time to be a sports fan. Don't forget, friends, you can always check in on that free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. And you can also hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328 on a crisp, still dark Tuesday morning. It is my man right down the road, Adam Wagner. How you doing, brother?
Hey, good morning, sir. It's a little darker this morning than it usually is.
That's when it really starts feeling like football season. When it's like it's still dark outside. It's gonna be a little cool.
We got some weather. We got some weather going on.
Got some weather tomorrow, and you know what sucks? I mean, it never fails. So I, me being the professional golfer that I am, I haven't been able to do a lot of golfing, since football season started. So I had my schedule planned out, and I'm like, Wednesday's going to be my admin day. I'll get the show done. We're doing the show early. I'm going to go play golf Wednesday. It's going to rain all day tomorrow, dude. It's going to rain all day.
Can you get cheaper fees? Probably not, right?
Probably. Then I got to walk. Are you kidding?
Hey, walk. You're supposed to walk on the golf course, though.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of steps in. Good morning, everybody. We see you guys checking in already on this chat line here, this YouTube chat channel. Make sure you subscribe so you get your crowns and you get part of the conversation. Hit us up on our socials if you hadn't done so already. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Brand X/Twitter. My partner in crime is at the Rodney R on Brand X/Twitter, and then on InstaFace, _Rodney R, and then I'm at the Wagner Wire. Make sure you give us a follow, please, if you haven't done so already. The lottery numbers, if you're out and about already this fine morning and you're in our Fairburg or you're just all over the place, just give us a call, 512-222-9328. Again, that code to text line number is 512-222-9328. Smash the subscribe button, as we already said, and get a part of this conversation. Make sure you bring the coffee to the conversation.
Woo. Yeah. Full cup. Look, Astros.
Yeah,
might not make the playoffs, but
I don't think it's happening, man. This might be the first year, right? Or this the first year, but this might be one in a long time where the Astros haven't been in the postseason for baseball, which is kind of weird. And it just, I don't know, like Astros and the Yankees in the American League almost feel like it's supposed to be there. You could also argue that the Red Sox too, right? But I mean, the Red Sox have kind of fallen out of grace. They're trying to get back into it though, but it's kind of like it's still a Yankees East in my opinion. I don't think the Astros are going to make it. They had the chance this past weekend with the head-to-head with the Mariners, and they got swept, bro.
Yeah,
like it's
not enough. It's just not enough there. And it's like you've kind of been waiting for this to happen. It's like you've kind of felt over the last 3 years that maybe it was going to finally happen. But it's really weird to look at an MLB playoff picture and see on the outside the Astros. Even though it's still close, it would take a hell of a lot, but it's kind of one of those things.
I mean, the time to do it was this past weekend with the head-to-head. And
right.
To your disadvantage, you didn't even pick up a game. You dropped 3. So
yeah,
that's tough. That's brutal.
And it's like, part of me is like, do you even want them in? Because you kind of have an idea what's going to happen. You're kind of putting off the inevitable. But yeah. Astros Cup lives on.
I'm still trying to adjust and get so I'm still on the struggle bus with this shoulder thing, man. I got a little bit of range of motion back in it. Like I can move it a little bit. It's not as sore. Yesterday when I was moving it, it was I mean, 4 Motrin. I was chewing Motrin all damn day yesterday. Man. 4 Motrin at a time to take 800, right? Dude, it sucked. And then sleeping too, right? Sleeping's the worst, man, because you sit there and you lay it in a certain way to where it can't get up or it can't get messed with. I'm sleeping in the guest bedroom.
But you won't stay that way though. Your body just kind of moves.
Yeah, like I contort and when I sleep at night, I usually sleep on my stomach and I sleep with my arms up, right? Yeah. And I'll wake myself up in pain because of, I'll put my shoulder in a place that it just can't go to right now. And I don't know. I haven't been able to sleep well at all, man. I've been sleeping on my back facing up, right? Which I'm sure that's how normal people sleep, but it's just abnormal for me. And I can't, man, I jerk every 5 minutes.
Go to text line. Hashtag Be Nasty says you need to stop jerking it. Wag.
I have nocturnal jerks. I don't know what to tell you. They just come out of me.
I sleep on my side, man, and I wish I didn't, because it's like, I guess I sleep on, what is it? This side, the side that your heart's not on, because I know when I was a kid one time,
the lateral resting state.
Yeah, sideways, man.
Yeah.
A lot of that for me is because there's like dogs wedged in everywhere.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we got 2 dogs in our damn bed, right? Like, we got a king size bed, but it's still, you got 2 pit bulls in the bed. It gets a little crowded, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
and
people say don't let the dog sleep with you. I'm like, bullshit.
We don't let them we don't let them in the sheets. They stay on top of the blankets, right? We don't let them in the sheets. I feel about that with like the dirt. I don't like them dragging in the fucking dirt and shit like that.
Oh man, we've got one.
Yeah, there's gonna be germs and stuff like that, but as long as like the dirt isn't in the sheets, I'm fine. Like, that's the stuff I can't take. Like, then I got to strip the bed every time that's done or whatever. And usually we strip the damn bed set every week anyway. So
yeah, my little black son Pete. Now that boy, he brings in the dirt. Pete.
Oh, Pete.
That dude brings in the dirt, and there's dirt all up in that bed.
Well, it's now like, with the yard the way it is, it's like their own little jungle gym. They got a rock pile they can run up down. They got a damn pool and a hole, like an excavation pit. They can go all over the place. I walk outside. I just gave the dude Rocky a bath, and we have no grass anymore, right? No soil.
Yeah, that's pretty healthy. How's that going back there, by the way?
The tracks have just dug and spun enough to where there's just no more grass. Even the dirt that's there, it's dust piles, right?
Dang.
So this little asshole, after he gets, after he gets done in his bath or whatever, I catch him just laying in the dirt, having a good old time, just having a circus with himself, rolling over and shit, throwing a ball up in the air that's not even there, just having a great old time, right? Now you got to get a new bath. You got to get another bath, bud. Sorry, can't be doing that, man. Yeah. So he's got a little bit of dampness still in the fur, right? So now all the dirt is just caked mud up underneath his belly.
Oh yeah, the undercarriage.
Got to get right back into the damn bath.
Yeah,
but I mean, they got themselves a nice little playground out back though.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's awesome. What's going on with life. I can't sleep, and we got the dogs out back and going nuts.
Yeah. Hey, looky there. Burnsy 116 checking in from Buda. Thank you, South. Thank you, South Buda. Or as the folks that come here from other states say, Buddha. Like Buddha.
That is how my first week on the air. Yeah, I pronounced it Buddha.
Buddha.
I didn't know, and I
bet you felt the wrath.
I said Hudo instead of Hutto. I said Hudo instead
of
Hutto. So there's no two. It's not 2 O's. It's a U, right?
It was like Lano. When folks with
Yano, it's not Yano.
Yeah,
it's not Yano.
It's actually Yano, but everybody's Lano. So yeah, whatever. Yeah,
you can't. And I was calling it Guadalupe, and people are just like, "You ain't from here, dude, are you?"
Yeah,
and I'm like, no, man. Well, how do you? Are you messing with me here? How do you pronounce it? That's Guadalupe. I was like, oh, that's not Guadalupe. All right, my bad.
City and street names around here, you get them wrong, and man,
I was saying Bexar County,
Bexar County, Seguin. Hey, where's Seguin? I don't know, but Seguin's off I-10 is where that is. I can tell you that right now. It's like you get that all the time. Yeah, Caddy. Hey, where's Caddy?
I'm sounding like such an idiot. I am an idiot, but I mean, hey man, where's Bexar at? What? Bexar?
Yeah.
Oh, Bear. Oh yeah, dumb.
And there's a Houghton. You got Houghton. Yeah. I tell you, it's just you can't get those things wrong.
My wife's Baltimore relatives. Yeah, so that's where we're from, Steve. We're from Baltimore, and you can usually hear my Baltimore O come out every now and then. So it's the colloquialism, right? I guess it's not really colloquialism. It's just it's our accents and our dialects from where we're from. Even though we are all in America, we do have different dialects of English.
And
BK has proven that. So.
I didn't think that was a real thing, honestly.
No, it is.
And I didn't. Oh yeah, I know. And see, I didn't think that I sounded any different than anybody else.
You sound like straight Texan.
Yeah, that's
Like,
I know.
There's a difference, but there's a Texas accent and there's a West accent.
Yeah.
There's a Midwest accent. There's a South accent. There's
Yeah.
a Texas accent. They're all like the South is different than Texas. Texas has their own standalone accent. My son's got a Texas accent.
Yeah.
Like it's wild to hear it, right? When he I can't even do it, but it's just like it's like that deep. It goes pitch and valley, man. He's real slow and like molasses running. It's wild to hear him say it. But anyways, on with it. Where do you want to go first, partner? We got a lot to do today.
Got a lot to do. Got college
and
football.
Some time to do it in too,
How
amigo.
about that? Man, I'm gonna have to go down and run down and refill the coffee or whatever. Gonna have to get.
I might have to take two pee breaks today, buddy.
Yeah. So today, usually it's OLIPOP during the show, but today will be coffee, OLIPOP, and hell, we got so much time. I might even have a beer, Wags.
Never know.
Altstadt.
Might have to throw an Altstadt in there.
Might have to throw an Altstadt in there today, but
never know what type of day it's going to be. Bed Bath and Beyond, huh? We don't know if we'll have enough time. We just
it's my afternoon nap. I'll have to have it early today. Hell, I might have my afternoon nap at 11:30 this morning.
Little siesta there. Where are you going first? Lead us off there, Mike.
Let's talk some Monday Night Football.
Yeah, the
demise of the Detroit Lions has been exaggerated. What dumbass called them dead? Oh, wait a minute.
Dr. Ronald?
Dr. Ronnie.
Dr. Ronald, the scientist, the sports scientist on this program.
The master of jack shit called Detroit. That's pretty
The master of Bater.
The master of Bater.
Master of Bater.
Lamar Jackson looked like he was in playoff mode last night. Detroit made him look like he was in playoff mode last night. That's a pretty damn fantastical win for Detroit. That's impressive. That was impressive last night.
What was the most impressive thing to you that stood out? Because they were doing it on both sides. Of the ball.
I gotta say the defense, dude. Aiden Hutchinson.
7 sacks on the night, and especially in a quarterback that's so elusive as Lamar Jackson is too, right?
Yeah, and I got to tell you, because it's even like on the plays, there were a couple of plays where Lamar gets loose, and when Lamar takes off, that's where he improvises so well and is able to
that's where he's most dangerous.
Yeah. And there were a couple of times where Detroit would just run him down. I mean, Muhammad. These guys were just all over him. It just failure to be able to improvise last night on broken plays is usually where Lamar will eat your lunch up. And Detroit just totally. And in the second half, it was like, God, that was overwhelming, man. Super impressed with Detroit.
We've been treated like this week in football was probably one of the best weeks in football I've ever. Now there were some blowouts, but still the way that those blowouts happen, like. With Isaiah Rodgers, like the scoop and score, and then the interception, the pick six, and the scoop and score, just being a defensive juggernaut. If you had him in individual defensive player leagues, IDPs, insane. Anyhow, the fact that we saw 3 blocked field goals, Browns, Eagles, and Jets. Jets still lost though, right? Yeah, Jets still lost. Baker being able to come back from that one, but still, like in emphatic ways. And then also last night we talked about the 7 sacks from Detroit too, but 3 games in a row now there's been it's just uncharacteristic of King Henry to put the ball on the ground, right? Like
3 times in 3 games.
Happen. What last night it was one hell of a play from Hutch, right? Like Hutch came back and anybody that was in this position, you could have, the most secure grip or toting the rock. You could be the most secure ball carrier in the NFL. The way that Hutch got King Henry last night, anybody would have fumbled, right? Being able to come back from behind, and that was like the way he struck the ball was so perfect. It was just the core nucleus of his fist hitting at the perfect precise spot of the ball to jar it loose and knock it free. Henry didn't even see it coming, right? It's the perfect comeback, the perfect hustle play, and it's Aiden Hutchinson in a nutshell, man. Even when he was beat, he got back to the play and or he wasn't beat. Even though he over pursued, he was able to get back to the play within 3 steps, closed on the guy, and then got the fumble. That's 3 3 games in a row now. Usually that is not the way that it happens for King Henry, right? He finds pay dirt and that's it. He doesn't put the ball on the ground. He doesn't make his fantasy owners kind of pay for that. I don't foresee this thing, growing out of control. I think they put a little in this thing, and he was pretty emphatic about it last night and beating himself up on the sidelines. I think they fix it. My question to you is, have they done with the unpredictability of the AFC North? And I only say that because the Browns just beat the damn Green Bay Packers right now. Of course,
believe that shit. I still can't believe
unreal. Now, of course, Green Bay, that could have been one hell of a letdown game, but we know how good that the defense is for Cleveland, right? They usually, with an argument, you could say that Cleveland's are around the top 5 defense. Their offense is just that terrible, and their organization is also terribly ran, right? But their defense is usually, one to not be truffled with. In AFC, such an unpredictable AFC North, Baltimore now 1-2?
1-2.
1-2.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is Baltimore in trouble? Because we talked about 0-2 teams last week, right? And looking at 1-1 teams, I was looking at Detroit and I was looking at Baltimore, and this was a sexy matchup. I didn't even think of this question: is Baltimore in a little bit of trouble? I mean, Pittsburgh's still in the same boat. They're around the same place, but I think at the end of the day, like towards the latter part of the season, I think Baltimore will ascend and get over that, that mountain that Pittsburgh can't seem to get over because of the quarterback play, right? Like Aaron Rodgers has found a little bit of a fountain of youth, but he's not nowhere near a shade or a touch of Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's MVP. So.
Yeah, no, I think Baltimore is going to be fine because their
defense does not look fine.
No, it does, and Derrick Henry doesn't either. I mean, that's the thing that I was thinking about last night after the second fumble, or after the fumble, to where it's like, okay, Derrick Henry used to that's who you thought of when you thought of the premier NFL running back. Now we think of Saquon Barkley.
Yeah,
so it's like
and so many people were ready to write Saquon Barkley off because of his injuries, and rightfully so, right? He was injured every year with the Giants. Okay, so
and that's where I think about that's where I think about this guy is the pounding that he takes. I mean, is Derrick Henry at that point to where he's just been beat up so much? I mean, you would say, well, he's never hurt, he's never whatever, but man, those things wear on you. The shots that those guys take, he looks a little slower.
Like his body style too, right?
Yeah.
Just how big he is. And now, of course, that's going to be terrible for the opposition too, right? But think of all the wear and tear he puts on his knees and ankles just by walking, right?
Yeah.
Or running aggressively. Now you're adding the fact that you're getting, bumps and bruises and helmets to the knee and helmets to the legs and everything. It's got to be cumbersome, right? Here's a stat that I heard last night from Troy Aikman that absolutely wowed the hell out of me.
My leader, my quarterback.
Your quarterback, but he's also talking about your thoroughbred, your workhorse here. Emmitt Smith, out of all the years, out of his tenure that he played with the Dallas Cowboys, he only missed 5 games. Yeah. 5 games, man. And the physicality of that.
2 of them where he was holding out. Probably.
I don't know. I don't even know if that was considered. I don't know if Troy factored that in, but that's a good little nugget. And I'm wondering if that's an asterisk there that needs to be considered. But the fact that all the pounding that guy took, right? The separated show, like what I have right now, he played with.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I know.
And I like to move my shoulder is excruciating pain. Like I have more range of motion with it now too, or right now, but after the I guess the ball and socket pops out of the socket. Yeah, I guess after the ball pops out of the socket and it goes back in, the muscles all around it are so just ginger and
sore, tender,
very tender and sore, and it just everything's just very sensitive to the touch. And you absolutely lose your range of motion. And to have Emmitt Smith be able to go in there and take that brutal pounding and still be able to be relevant, right? Like like be a factor in that game, and only missed 5 games in that tenure. And now, and look at all the running backs get a toenail messed up, and
I know. You got to skip a game,
3 weeks or whatever, man. It's wild, dude. It's wild.
I tell you, it was right when Zeke Elliott was starting to fall off. He was still a member of the Cowboys.
Right after he got paid. Right after Zeke got paid.
Right after he got paid.
There you go. I fixed the sentence for you.
Yeah, there you go. I was talking to Tyler Campbell over at the old station. We were at the Horn one Saturday morning, and he said that Zeke was in town doing something with Earl. They were doing like a photo thing. And he's like, Rod, I got to tell you, man, I don't know how much longer Zeke's going to be able to do this. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, dude can barely walk. I said, I saw him running the other day. It's like, well, yeah, he can run, but he's having trouble walking. I'm like, shit.
I guess once you get it going in motion, it's easy to keep going.
So that's where I wonder about how much of this with Derrick Henry is that he's kind of hit that point. But you have to, speaking of running backs, I mean, David Montgomery was amazing last night. I mean, dude. I mean,
Gibbs too. This is the best tandem in the NFL right now, man. The best backfield.
Look who their running back coach is. The great Tashard Choice.
Exactly. So let me ask you a question here. No Ben Johnson, right? No, the trick plays and all the flashiness are still there, man. And how about, dude, you want to talk about we're kind of all over the place with this game right now, and we'll go in sequence here. But real quick, just the cojones of Dan Campbell in that fourth quarter, like 3 minutes left or 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. The 4th and 2, and you call it play action. Or play action flag route to Amon Ross St. Brown, and it's put on a platter by Goff, like just an absolute all-pro pass. Yeah, you can't ask for it any better, man. But just to dial that up in that situation with the game that Montgomery and Gibbs were having, right? And you go with a play action, and then the next play. Or is it 2 plays later, come back and do the play action and run off tackle with Montgomery, and he takes it to the house. Oh my God, real quick, my kid, we're sitting here watching the game on the couch right here in the audiovisual consultation studio, and he's going like he's a diehard Ravens fan, right? Like he loves the Ravens. And he is losing his shit, right? But because he also has Lamar Jackson. Right, and he's down.
I got beat by Lamar last night. I had a nice advantage last night. Lamar beat me.
Lamar took you down. He was down 5 points, 4 or 5 points. I can't remember. But he's sitting here. He's pissed. He's just like, of course Baltimore can't get off the field. Of course, another 3 for 3 Detroit is on 4th down tonight. He's going off, having it, right? And then he goes, unless Montgomery can get into the end zone, he's like, yeah, fuck Baltimore. Like, loyalty right out the window, buddy. Loyalty just gone, dude. Man. That's exactly where he's at. And I'm like, yeah, see, there you go. Now, a little silver lining to the night. He goes, yeah, it'd be really nice though if. And then I reminded, like, well, look, they're going to be in 2 minutes right here. No, wait. He was only up 1. It put him up 1 because Lamar had to go back out on the field. And I was like, hey, buddy, just to give you, I want you to temper your expectations. There's a chance that Lamar could be pressing right now and could throw a pick. And then if you get a pick, that's -2, and you're going to lose the game. And then, he's sitting here, sweating out. And then all of a sudden, a Mark Andrews touchdown from excuse me, no, it wasn't a Mark Andrews touchdown, but it was a late touchdown by Lamar Jackson that he threw. But anyways, a great night, great game last night, and always fun being able to watch it with my kid and everything, especially when we will pay attention to the fantasy realm. So hopefully you guys are doing good in fantasy, and if you guys picked survivors out there, you guys did not pick the Green Bay Packers because you're gone.
Easy win. They cost me in an office pool. I don't have an office, but I'm in an office pool.
You slept at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
I did, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you want to talk about fantasy? So I've lost Joe Burrow. I have CD Lamb on that team.
And you didn't draft Jamar Chase first, did you? Like many people did this year.
No, no,
rightfully so. I mean, going off of what in the preseason, Jamar Chase would have been a good.
Yeah.
Good pick.
And now I've also lost what's his name from the Cardinals, running back
O'Connor.
James O'Connor.
There's But Najee Harris is gone too, right?
Najee Harris is gone too. Man, this is a lot of attrition quick here, man. But to kind of the thing with the North, because bringing up Joe Burrow, because obviously Jake Browning, I was singing his praises last week and he let me down. But Cincinnati is, I don't know, it's
a wild league. I mean, Minnesota,
are they going to tank?
Minnesota blew the doors off that thing quick, right?
Yeah. You know, I think if I'm Cincinnati at this point, I might start. I think if I'm Cincinnati, I'm going to start parting this thing out. I mean, trade some of those defensive guys and
are you? So you're shopping? You're going shopping?
I think so. If you're Cincinnati, I had more. Again, this seems like a very isolated week.
You kind of have to, right? Like you say isolated, but Burrow has been hurt. What?
All too often, 3 times.
Like I don't know if it's as isolated as we think, right? Because you can't pay for offensive linemen because of the money that you have tied up in your wide receiver room and your quarterback room. So like at the end of the day, is Burrow going to come back and be like, hey, we need to reconstruct my contract, or maybe he's going to go to Chase or Higgins and be like, hey, I'm getting blown up back here. Like I've already been hit more than Andrew Luck. You guys have seen the stats. I've been hurt all 3 years now. It's we got to put a wrap on this thing, man. Do people come back and reconstruct their contracts so that they can pay for some offensive linemen, because they need some help, man. They do not have any type of structure on the front line.
I think this is where we see if the loyalty, because Joe Burrow, famously has been like loyal to where he goes to the franchise and he's like, look, we need to do this and we need to do that. I need this guy. I need that guy. And he takes care of his buddies. It seems like he takes care of his teammates and the people that he needs. I think they need to do that for him, because you think about it. I mean, with the injuries, it's like, man, is this going to be another Andrew Luck, to where it's like, I mean, we've had that discussion already, to where it's like, man, dang, I don't know, dude. He either that, or would he ask for a trade? I mean, I wonder how many championships Joe Burrow would have won by now if he were somewhere else. Where?
I don't know. I think his play style is perfect for Cincinnati, or they've kind of built that team or orchestrated that offense around Joe Burrow, right? Like them going out and getting Jamar Chase, I think was a great thing. Like I questioned it at first, but it seemed to work out. I think tying up so much money in the wide receiver room has clearly come back to bite them in the ass. They got to find a way to build up their protection, or else they're going, this small little window of success that they had, it's going to be gone. Like I thought maybe they'd be able to find themselves back in the Super Bowl, like they were a couple of years ago with the talent that they have, but they're struggling to pay their studs on defense. They don't have any offensive line. They struggle with trench warfare. They have to score 50 to win every game, every time they go out there. So it's tough. You're seeing teams that struggle to have efficient football and offense usually have get right games against the Bengals defense.
Yeah. Bengals and the Cowboys, I'll tell you.
Like Bengals, and that perfectly said. Bengals and Cowboys defense might be two of the worst defenses in the league.
Yeah. And
that's not hyperbolic either. That's, you turn the tube on, you're going to see it.
And to CB's point right here, when we started off, maybe this is my Stone Cold Steve Austin Tuesday bottom line moment, where when I said that Lamar and Baltimore were in playoff mode, I mean, they just seem to, here we go again. And this is why when we talk about they and Buffalo, it's like, okay, I got to lean to Buffalo, because I think that Buffalo might be able to be the one to overcome. And this just goes back to what we've been saying, Wags, for Baltimore, for Buffalo, for I don't know who, Denver, for anybody else, or the Chargers. This is your chance, because it looks like the Chiefs are down. So this is when you better figure out how to make
this the year to get the Chiefs. Yeah. Like if you're the Bills or in the Ravens and you're sitting here thinking like, all right, well, we always seem to do it. We always seem to take care of the intimate vibe and the intermediate vibe. But when we get to the big setting, the Chiefs usually are there to knock us off. Real quick though, I think we need to dial it back a little bit on Lamar. Like he was 21 for 27 last night with 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Like he played fantastic last night. The inopportunity or the inopportune fumbles, right? With Derek, just an all-pro play by Hutchinson coming back and being able to create that takeaway. I don't know if it's on Lamar, right? Like I can't put it on Lamar. Like even in there was one play, like the 2-point conversion. He threw one really bad pass. Like it was just nowhere in the damn area. That's the only one of the worst passes that I've seen all night. But other than that, like his misses weren't bad misses at all. So 21 for 27, like I can't put that game on Lamar.
And I think a lot of it is too where they are so reliant on his style of game. I mean, because you look between D-Hop and Flowers, 3 catches for 26 yards between.
And Flowers didn't even get a target until the second half.
I know. It's like you need more of that. You need more complementary football, and they've never really had that. I mean, they lean on Andrews. I mean, he had a couple of tutties last night, but again, that's a tight end. I mean, where's the outside guy? Where's this speed guy?
I think when like he gets back to like they'll go back to a good 2 tight end set, right? They'll be able to have likely with a broken foot. So he's been out.
Yeah,
he's been out since July. So he was supposed to have a big year this year, but one hell of a setback in camp. Once he gets back, we'll see. I'm sure they'll try and kind of gradually make him have some synergy with the offense there and grace him back in. But ultimately, in October, November, when this offense gets thriving with the 2 tight end set, like they're going to be a matchup nightmare, especially, you talk about the style that they have, right? When they start running downhill with King Henry and Lamar Jackson extending the plays and getting the edge. Like now you have the 2 tight end set that you got to cover, and Mark Andrews is tough enough to cover. Then you throw, an X factor out there like Isaiah Likely and then try and cover Flowers, while you're rolling coverage over. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
That's where, we're me specifically, I'm sitting here beating up Baltimore. I mean, it just could be that Detroit's pretty damn good.
Yeah, Detroit's a pretty damn good.
Yeah, and
I mean, I don't know what their splits are with Hutchinson in there, but you could tell he just messed it up again. You could tell he's an all pro player. So absolutely. So yeah, the NFC North is going to be fun to watch because Green Bay looked unstoppable for 2 weeks, and then it was Detroit. Still waiting on Minnesota. So yeah, I don't know, man. And here's Philadelphia says that Joe Burrow is the modern day Dan Marino. He's our Dan Marino of this era. Do you agree with that, Double R? That's pretty good to say. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of accurate.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Well, Joe's heard a lot more than Dan.
With the Dolphins defense, I mean, remind me. I can't even remember like what were some of the receivers that Marino had. I remember Mark Duper. Duper, Super Duper.
He had Mark Clayton because remember he had the two marks. It was a serviceable.
I don't remember as the stats that Dan Marino held on to for so long and being like the touchdown king. I can't remember that many great marquee wide receivers coming from the 80s or 90s Dolphins.
Yeah.
Right? Unless I'm just underselling Super Duper.
Mark Duper and Mark Clayton were pretty good. But again, a lot of that may have been playing with Dan Marino. Right. Imagine this. Imagine Dan Marino in this modern day NFL.
Eat him up.
Holy
eat him up.
Yeah. That would be woo.
Yeah, this is Marino's league. This
numbers they would never break his records. They would have never been broken. No, Devin. Bucky and BK out the next 2 mornings. It'll be Wags and I.
Program update right now. Steven and Tran from from Fanatic Perspective will be on right after us for the 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock hour.
Oh, there you go. I was wondering what was going to happen there. I'm glad you mentioned that. But yeah, so 38-30 was the you know what was weird? One last thing on this. When you get to the end of the game. One last thing. End of the game last night when Baltimore had a chance to win, to pull closer, King Henry was on the sideline. That dude was like,
was he mentally out of the game? Did he mentally take himself out of the game?
He was, when he went and just kind of laid out on the bench over there, is like, okay, that dude is like, he's got the mind thing going on. You got to break through that. You got to figure out, when you're talking about Arch Manning.
I was running around last night a little bit too. I didn't see that on the sideline. So I have to go back and see what's going on. I'm sure they'll have
He walked over. He just kind of flailed out.
I saw him throw his helmet after the fumble, but I didn't see him take himself out of the game. Like
you don't see that from that dude. Three fumbles in 3 games.
Yeah, so you can tell it's eating on him, right? And if there's somebody that's going to correct himself or correct the situation, you think it'd be Derrick Henry first, right? Like he's going to beat himself up harder than anyone else will. So
yeah, I don't know.
Can't put the ball on the ground, man. You just can't. Like it's a cardinal sin. So
That's right. And it's costing you ball games. And that's the whole thing. It's you don't think of Derrick Henry costing you ball games. Not solely on him, not solely on Lamar. It just looks like but the Ravens are going to be all right. They're
yes, you are Longhorn Marcus. You are here. You are here. Good morning, sir.
That's what we like to see. Hey, Longhorn Marcus, if you want Longhorn gear, let me tell you where to go, my friend. It's Sue Patrick. You see, Bucky and BK live there quite often, as a matter of fact, kind of a home away from home during football season. 5222 Burnett Road. Skip the parking garages. Just go park right out front. Whether you're looking for polos, caps, everything. Don't forget about the Jelly Cat. You got to get the Jelly Cat. They are right there. Jay and the gang have you set up with all of your game day apparel and even the stuff that you want to wear during the week. It's the finest Longhorn gear that you're going to find anywhere. Sue Patrick, check them out. They'll be opening here at 9:30 today, 9:30 to 4. So make your way out there, get that gear so you can represent well. It is Sue
Get yourself
Patrick.
Some government cheese, dude. Ask Corbin for a stash while you're there.
Ask for the government.
Okay, we said hi and ask Corbin for the cheese.
That's right. And don't forget, if you jump online, SuePatrick.com, free shipping on all orders.
I thought you were going to say they give you free cheese.
They give you some free cheese. They give you a free sleeve. You get a free sleeve of government cheese. That's pretty good. All orders up over $59. You get your free shipping right there from Sue Patrick. Check them out at SuePatrick.com. Get your Texas Longhorn gear today. I need to get over there. I need some fresher gear. You know what I mean?
So I got a couple of Yeti mugs from there, a couple Longhorn Yeti mugs from there, and perfect gift little items, man. $25, 30 bucks. I think they were $30. Nice little coffee mug. Sent my dad one. Said Longhorn Dad. He doesn't have any Longhorn memorabilia in his house. He's a lot of Maryland Terrapin memorabilia there, but we've found a way to sneak the Longhorn logo in there.
There you go.
All you have to do is put Longhorn Dad on there, right? Because his son graduated from the University of Texas, and he's proud of his boy. So
that's right.
He's got some Longhorn gear in there, thanks to Sue Patrick.
He should be proud of his young stallion right there, my man. He should be.
Am I a stallion?
Hell yeah,
I was
you
once
are.
Called an untamed stallion, rode hard and put away wet.
Hey, there you go.
That is a quote from one Angela Yeary.
Yeah. Well, all I've ever been, all that I can say is, my daddy is a pistol, and I'm a son of a gun. There you go, right there.
It's corny as hell, but I like it, amigo.
There it is.
Corny as hell, but like, where do you want to go next, man? You got any last save rounds for Monday Night Football? We'll come back and touch on it.
Yeah, more NFL.
Second hour here, but kind of we have 6 undefeated teams now and 6 winless teams now.
Yeah,
right?
We'll come back.
Like,
we'll
we talked about the parity in the NFL yesterday. Like, where are you still feeling that parity now?
Yeah. I think it's it seems like a week by week league after 3 weeks, or whatever.
Yeah, it's a good campaign. It's the first quarter of the season. Yeah.
It looks like Philadelphia, Buffalo. I mean, Detroit's starting to do it now. I think Green Bay will, where they're going to assert themselves, assert their dominance, assert themselves as
right. They're the known variables, right?
Yeah.
Like what's the changing variable? What's the what's the interchangeable variable?
Yeah. So, but there's just a whole lot of teams that are going to be in that second group. It seems like you can kind of break it up into tiers. We have to get our power rankings here.
We usually, power rankings. We can roll that out on Wednesday. We can roll that out tomorrow.
Yeah. But it's like you have those teams, and then you have everybody else that are just going to start beating each other up. And then you have teams that are, like, I was ready to discount Miami out, but now I'm like, okay, maybe they're not as bad as I thought they were.
So what you just said, though, right? How many teams get battered and bruised so bad with their interdivision games that they're just teams that could possibly or potentially be there for the wild card, right? But teams that are 1 and 2 now, like Baltimore, right? Like they're going to be crawling out of the basement and taking the rest of their division. You'd like to think that they're going to be able to beat or get the best of the 3 teams in their league, right? Or in their division. So you'd like to but with two losses on the docket already, Baltimore's got to climb their way out of the basement, right?
Yeah.
So they're struggling just a little bit here in this early season.
I'd love to know. I mean, I'd love to know the concern for Texan fans. I mean, hell, they won a game. I mean, that's 0-3, and they
0-3
looks
0-3 looking at a 3-0 Colts team.
The Colts team, and it's like the Colts did what they did in week 1, and it's like that cannot continue. But shit, man, it's like every week. I mean, a hidden gem. Look at this offense.
I need to walk something back. I need to walk something back, right? Man. Like, and it's early. It's only been 3 weeks, right? But I think Daniel Jones might actually have something here with Indianapolis, and maybe New York was actually a bad spot for Daniel Jones, and all the criticism I gave Daniel Jones during that time was warranted. Right. But it could have been just as simple as a change of scenery or a really good upgrade in offensive line, honestly, because that Indianapolis Colts line is pretty damn good. They're pretty solid. It's a good, solid front up there. But the maybe just the removal of just the craziness of New York City, or that New York City lifestyle, just the fast pace of it, and maybe him just being able to kind of take a step back from that and find some calmness, or find some type of clarity in Indiana somewhere, just kind of slow things down. And he's got himself a nice little offense, nice little weapons that he's been able to utilize there in Indianapolis. And God, being able to lean on a running back like Jonathan Taylor just opens up the rest of the passing game too. And man, it's looking good for Daniel Jones right now, man. 3-0 right now with the Indianapolis Colts.
He looks really good. I mean, and the guy's playing with confidence. I think that's the big thing about it.
It's the confidence, right? It's not so it's the stats. He's not really winning me over with the stats, but just I'm a body language guy. Like, we talk about this all the time, right? And the way that he's carrying himself now, right? The head's not held down like that anymore. He's walking up. He's giving direction to the team, to the huddle, to his wide receivers, which is wild. I heard that he actually, when he got to Indianapolis, he called all of his mates up and took them all out to dinner just to have like a one-on-one rapport and just to get to know him. Like, that's leadership type of stuff right there, right? That's the fine line between that. That's the little things that lead to the big things there. So maybe it's all starting to come together for Daniel Jones.
It seems like it, because I saw, so like on Monday nights, like if my wife is home, I'll put it, she likes the Mannings. She thinks the Mannings are funny. You know,
guys watch that broadcast?
If she's around, I put it on there because that'll kind of keep her interested a little bit, kind of laugh at some of the shit they do.
Had Troy and Joe on last night, man. I gotta listen to Joe to hear Troy. I'm a fan of Troy. Like, you know why I like Troy? Because Troy's the king of death. In my eyes, he will always be the sheriff of the Cowboys. Like, he is the man, right? He helped lead the crew to the Super Bowl here. It's always going to be Troy Aikman for me, right? Yeah. But he's so critical. Like, he's just real with if the Cowboys suck, he's going to tell you that the Cowboys suck.
Oh, I know.
Like, he's maybe he's overly critical on the Cowboys too because of that as well, right?
Discipline. I think that's frustration, with him. It's like when he's sitting there watching the Cowboys, where it's like the opposite of Michael Irvin, where that dude still lives in La La Land, that somehow this shit's going to get turned around.
Well, I think him and Jerry are sipping from that Johnny Walker Green or Johnny Walker Blue, whatever they're drinking. What's up, Eddie D? We see you, buddy.
You saw Irvin banging that bell or whatever the hell that was yesterday.
The siren, dude, the hurricane siren. Here we come, baby.
Now that dude's shoulder. Now, Irvin ought to be with you right now with a shoulder problem, the way that dude was. Yeah, he feels no pain.
Yeah, those of you guys that don't know, I separated my shoulder, dislocated, separated, whatever you want to call it. It popped out of socket on Friday, and it's recovering and recuperating, but it's very
it's very timid. It's very tender right now, and the muscles are very sensitive as I'm sitting here, gingerly touching it. But yeah, it's just very. It's a lot of pain, right? So I'm just eating Motrin, and I got a little bit more range of motion in it today, but it's jacked up, man. It is jacked up. All right, amigo, where do you want to go next, bud?
I had one last thing to say about the NFL.
I can't remember
what it was. Oh, the Texans. So yeah, with Houston, it's CJ Stroud. When you want to talk about regression, it's last year it was like, okay, the offensive line and so forth, but now it looks mechanically kind of the stuff we were talking about with Arch. It seems like with him, and again, when you're running for your life, that tends to affect your mechanics. But it's so weird. It's like he's taking steps back.
Well, you shouldn't be struggling with Jacksonville too, right? Like that's a team that you should be able to have under your belt a little bit and be able to come out and throw for 300 and maybe a pick, if you're pressing too much, but three touchdowns, 300 yards and a pick. That's kind of the line that you would expect from anybody playing the Jacksonville Jaguars, right?
Yeah. And when we talk about 0-3 and you talk about Jacksonville, hell, that's a division game that you just dropped. It's like, man, come on.
Where are the shortcomings after the Texans? What do you think? Like, is he missing Tank?
I think he's missing Tank. I think his offensive line is still, sketchy at best.
A little vulnerable.
Yeah. I heard the guys talking yesterday on Open Gym, where it's like, imagine the Cowboys offense and the Texans defense. You have one good Texas team, because it's like they're missing so both those teams are missing so much on one side of the ball. But yeah, I don't know, man. If I'm a Texans fan, which I'm not, but I don't dislike them. I'm concerned, man. I'm concerned. So anyway, we can break that down more later.
Yeah, third down efficiency. I mean, both teams were kind of terrible there. 4 for 15, that's not going to do it, especially if you're living behind the chains and behind the sticks, and you're struggling this mightily against Jacksonville. Like, there's some questions that you got to be having in the film room, right? So we'll see what Coach Ryan does. The defense, I'd like to think that they're okay. They're playing well enough to where they can, keep their team in some ball games or play in some late season postseason play. But the question right now is what do you fix on the offense here? Like, where's the disconnect? Even the rapport that Stroud has with Nico Cotton. Now I think Nico, what do you have? I think he had a decent day. I think he had like 8. Yeah, he had 8 catches. But still, like, that's who else is going to emerge out of that offense there, right? Like, that's the question for me. Schultz, you'll get a little bit of reprieve with Schultz there, but somebody else has to come up and fulfill, Tank Dell's. That's what made that offense electric, right? Like, you had Nico Collins, but you also had Tank Dell that can work inside the hashes as well, and then Schultz in the red zone here, right? Of course, when you're leaning on a ground and pound and a running attack like they did, like, I don't think people realize, when like Pierce and Singletary was such a good combo for them, such a good tandem for them, and now that running attack is just so underutilized, right? Like, Chubb, I'd like to see it come back to life, right? I'd love to see the fountain of youth, and maybe it's just too. Maybe that coming back for that Achilles is just too much, man.
Yeah, absolutely. NFL, lots of NFL. We can kind of go back to kind of hit the NFL throughout as we're going here, because I looked up all ago and I'm like, hell, this is hour 1.
Yeah, buddy.
SEC schedule comes out.
So you put a good slate out. You hit me with a good slate, we'll hit it.
2026 SEC schedule coming out today. So
did it pop yesterday? We got Oklahoma, Arkansas,
got the common opponent,
right?
Yeah,
I figured that's what we would get. Like, I don't know how much this thing has been kind of drafted and orchestrated, but I figured that's the pod that we would get, right? The 3 annual opponents that would be featured. Are you cool with it? That's kind of like old school type of Southwestern Conference vibe, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you get any more traditional than those 3 opponents right there, A&M, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. And I think a lot of people this discussion's been had a lot on this show and other shows towards like why Arkansas, to where some of the newer folks may not understand that rivalry right there.
Right.
I mean, just go back and look that thing up. I mean, Frank Broyles and Coach Royal, just an amazing rivalry there. But yeah, that's.
I'm not gonna lie. I would have liked to see LSU. I would have.
See, I think that's what I like about this, because I think what's going to happen with the way that the SEC scheduling now, what they're going to be doing is that you're going to have these, but then you're going to develop the new rivalries. Because I really think that like Texas and LSU, I think that could be massive. I mean, Texas and Tennessee, that can be huge.
How does Florida not play Tennessee?
I know. Yeah. So Tennessee has Alabama, Kentucky, and Vanderbilt. I get Vanderbilt because it's in state. Kentucky, I don't know. You know that I saw many folks that wanted Georgia to be in the 3 with Texas. Look,
no, I'm not.
Save that for big games.
Yeah, we'll see Georgia in like the SEC championships and stuff like that. And maybe that's why LSU got left off the table too. Yeah. So those of you guys that aren't watching and that you might be paying attention to us on the app or tuning into us on the app, let me go down the list here that we have. So Rodney pulled up the SEC 3 annual opponents list here. And right now, Alabama, of course, they're going to play Auburn, right? That's the Iron Bowl. Iron Bowl. But they play Tennessee and they play Mississippi State, right? Arkansas, they have Missouri, they have Texas and LSU. Auburn has Alabama, Georgia, and Vandy. Florida has Georgia, South Carolina, and the University of Kentucky. I can get down with Georgia. I can get down with Kentucky too.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why Tennessee is not on this bill of 3 here.
Like the South Carolina is weird to me.
It is. And maybe they're just trying to find a home for South Carolina. Like maybe South Carolina doesn't have an actual rivalry. I would think Kentucky's a pretty good rivalry with South Carolina. And maybe Georgia too, right? And they have Georgia as actually I would remove everything that South Carolina, and we'll get to that, right? I would remove everything that South Carolina has and just place it with Tennessee instead of Florida. All right, but continuing down the list, Georgia has Auburn, Florida, and South Carolina. The University of Kentucky has Florida, Tennessee, and South Carolina. LSU has the Hogs, has Arkansas, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M. Mississippi State has Ole Miss, Vandy, and Alabama. I would have put Missouri there too.
I would have too.
Missouri has Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas A&M. How do you feel about that? Like, this is the chance that we can take a little break here and kind of talk a little bit. I would have put Missouri with the Ole Miss and the Mississippi State. Now, again, I don't have that much history between those schools, but I would think, and maybe I'm just kind of associating them because they had the letter M in their, in their institutions. But I would think that, that seems like a pod that's more, I don't know, that aligns more than I would say Florida with South Carolina.
This kind of feels, this one feels more geographical to me. I mean, I'm not totally in tune with Missouri football.
The entire list feels geographical?
No, the Missouri one, the Missouri one.
Okay, this pod itself. Okay.
Yeah. To where it's like with Arkansas. I mean, I get that. Oklahoma, I get that too. And then A&M. I think A&M and Missouri have played some decent games. I don't know if maybe that's one of those developing rivalries that we're talking about.
Like Oklahoma has Missouri, Ole Miss, and Texas. Who else would you put? Texas for sure, but who else would you put Oklahoma with?
See, I would have liked to have seen. I would have liked to see A&M.
Right?
But I think what happens there is when you put A&M in there, maybe that diminishes Texas versus Oklahoma. I don't think it should. Maybe that diminishes some of the others. I don't know, trying to find a creative balance in here.
Right.
But yeah, Oklahoma's, that just doesn't, I mean, I wish Oklahoma State was in the SEC. I mean, that would make the most sense, right? But it's like, yeah, I don't know. A&M could slide into several of these different ones, but
if Oklahoma State entered the SEC, they wouldn't win a game. So
yeah. Yeah.
At the state that they are in, they would not win a game.
Can you imagine Gundy in this league?
Oh, he'd go nuts.
Oh,
But continuing down the list, yeah, we just mentioned Oklahoma. Oklahoma has Missouri, Ole Miss, and Texas. Ole Miss has LSU, Mississippi State, and Oklahoma.
I like that one.
I can get down with that. Right, I can roll with that. Again, but or maybe you put Missouri with the South Carolina. Here's the Cockies, all right? Here's South Carolina Gamecocks here. Florida, Georgia, and the University of Kentucky. Now that seems territorial there, right? That seems geographical, right? So to me, I think what makes the most sense for South Carolina is maybe a Missouri pod, right? Or in Vandy, and I get it. You're trying to give some luster to South Carolina. I understand that, but ultimately, them in Florida doesn't do it for me. I think you take out Florida and put them with Vanderbilt. And I understand that Vanderbilt's going to get Tennessee every year. I understand that, but I think Tennessee should absolutely be getting Florida, right? Tennessee draws Alabama, University of Kentucky, and Vanderbilt. I'm fine with Tennessee removing Alabama so that they can play Florida.
And you know where I think it's different for us looking at this. I mean, even you as a newer Texan. I mean, you've been here a long time, but a newer Texan.
No, but I've only been a Texan since 2012.
Right. But you understand Texas. That Texas really has those three true rivals.
Right. I mean, I understand the Southwestern Conference.
Yeah.
Right? I remember the Southwestern Conference.
I think you get some of these teams, South Carolina, some of these teams these programs that have really developed nicely over the last decade or whatever, they don't really have a true rival, so to where it has to be territorial, to where like Vanderbilt, for example. I get Vanderbilt, Tennessee. I totally get that.
I was going to say Vandy's rival is Tennessee. Wouldn't you say Kentucky's kind of their rival in football too, just because of where the programs are at? Now, traditionally, Kentucky's better than Vandy year after year, but ultimately now, with what Vandy's been able to do last year, honestly, only last year, with what Vandy has been able to put up last year and what they're doing this year, I do see Vandy, in that pod or making at least an argument or a shout for that pod, but yeah. Ultimately, Tennessee, give me Tennessee but Florida. I need Tennessee, Florida, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Vanderbilt for Florida. That should be the ultimate pod right there. Stephen Delgado says competitively it's pretty balanced. With competition all throughout. I would agree with that. There's just there's some pods again. Of course, everybody's, no one's going to have a perfect list, right? Or no one's going to think that the list is absolutely perfect. And there's going to be people, having some reservations with it. But I think they absolutely nailed Texas's pod. They shit the bed with Florida's pod. LSU, I would have liked to see LSU play Florida as well. I think that's just an old school SEC rivalry that I always found myself, kind of stopping whatever I was doing to make sure that I was watching that game, right? Florida versus LSU and Florida versus Tennessee. Those are just two SEC games or two SEC matchups for Florida that I always watch.
The Florida Tennessee to me it should definitely happen, because if anything, I mean, obviously the school rivalry, but I mean just the state rivalry in and amongst itself, like Texas and Oklahoma. You've got Florida, Tennessee, and Georgia, to where those states are just, the competitiveness there between them. Hell, what's that one band called? Georgia-Florida State Line?
Yeah, Georgia-Florida Line or some shit like that.
Tennessee kind of falls right into there too, to where Tennessee needs to be in the Florida brand. And maybe these will change. I don't know if these are set forever.
So Auburn draws Alabama, Georgia, and Vandy. I guess I can, here's where I would put Auburn with South Carolina. This is a perfect chance to kind of shake up. I don't get the Auburn and Georgia vibe here, matchup here. Auburn's already got their hands full with Georgia or with Alabama, right? Throw in throw in a team like South Carolina that's kind of, I mean, South Carolina's kind of been middle of the pack with the SEC. They've been making some noise in the SEC, right? So throw them in there with Auburn there and let Auburn have, a piece of South Carolina and Vanderbilt with Alabama. Like Alabama is a juggernaut, right? They're a juggernaut. So having Alabama and Georgia on the same schedule every year, that's pretty brutal, man. So I think Auburn got effed.
Yeah,
Auburn absolutely got effed.
Where this thing is going to, like with Texas, the three common opponents, three rivals, whatever, those are not going to change. Those are solid. I mean, that's not going to change right there. But I think like where we talk about with the 2026 schedule coming out, to where it's like opponents, because I saw it posted last night on the TSU social media, the opponents that you least want to see Texas play, and it's opponents that are not on this common list.
Right.
Alabama, Auburn, LSU, Missouri, Ole Miss, South Carolina, and Tennessee. That's where when you start getting these in, if you get a Texas LSU, that's how that rivalry starts developing, because otherwise it'd have to be a playoff game or a bowl game or something. Alabama, the same thing, where a lot of people think that's a huge rivalry. Well, yeah, because when you've played them, the times that you've played them, you're playing for national championship.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, it's not exactly like the backyard brawl. Like
right. And that's where it seems to me like with Georgia, like I was saying earlier, like Georgia's a rival. No, they're not.
Like Georgia and Florida are rivals.
Georgia and Florida are rivals. Yes, absolutely.
Georgia and Florida. I still stand on this. Florida and Tennessee are rivals. Like
yes, they are.
They should be playing every year.
Yeah.
Ole Miss's pod here. LSU, Mississippi State, of course, and Oklahoma. This is another chance where you can kind of fit South Carolina in here. Now, and again, looking at this thing, it does look like it's geographical, right? Texas A&M will continue down this list. We already know what Texas has. Tennessee, the Vols have Alabama, University of Kentucky, and Vandy. I've given you my snippet on that. Like Tennessee should be playing Florida. Texas, we know, and then Texas A&M, LSU, Missouri, and Texas. All right. Yeah. I see Mark's comments here. Papa K, like I'm with you here, Mark. Like I would much rather have LSU over A&M, or excuse me, LSU over an A&M, but it's still like,
yeah, you can't.
It's A&M. Like to have that Thanksgiving game, you guys just heard like it's been since 2012, right? Since I've been here, and that's something that I haven't been able to experience, right? Like Thanksgiving here with my family. Of course, we're trying to make this house like the patriarch house. So where everybody, in the family comes here to dine and eat and just gather themselves for the holidays, right? And with that comes a lot of watching football. And I would like to start new traditions at Casa de Wagner, where we're watching, the Aggies play the Longhorns, right? And I can't do that if they don't play. So I would love to see LSU, but ultimately, I think they knocked it out of the park with Texas's pod.
Yeah, and
LSU drawing in A&M. I think that's a nice little rivalry there for A&M to have LSU right there. That's going to be great for both programs.
And you can't, and I don't think you can give up Arkansas, because it really does. That thing is very deep. That is a deep rivalry to where
that might be the one that you can. I mean, that would have to be the one that you can.
If you were going to, it would have to be that one. But I just don't think you can. I mean, because that thing goes so far back.
I'm cool with having the reward of playing LSU in an SEC championship if LSU is there. Like that's a nice little conference gift. If you take care of your conference, you get a chance to play LSU or Georgia or Bama or whoever. So.
This is where the conversation kind of turns to with the LSU part, to me, to where it's like, okay, if we're talking about a rival, you absolutely cannot take Arkansas out of this mix. But if you want if you want a more competitive football game, absolutely put LSU in the place of Arkansas. But it's just that rivalry, and it may mean more. It probably means more to Arkansas than it does.
Sure, I agree with you 100%. It means more to Arkansas than it does to Texas at this time now. Well, no, I think it just means more to Arkansas than it does to Texas.
Yeah. What do they say? It's like Arkansas dislikes. Arkansas hates Texas more than they like themselves.
Right. Exactly.
So
they have a disdain for Texas more than they like themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. You absolutely cannot change that one. So I think you got that right, but others will develop. I mean, because like Texas, Tennessee, I think that can develop into something really cool if they start playing each other. Texas, Florida, I think that can develop into something really cool if they start playing each other. They should
kind of has the same sentiments as Mark here too. Like he understands Arkansas, but he'd rather have LSU in there. Like I think we'd all rather have LSU in there just because it's more of a marquee matchup. It's sexier. And you know, it's kind of like LSU. They're kind of like in our backyard a little bit. I guess our side porch, right? They're kind of on our side porch there. But now let's let little brother take care of the side porch in terms of, sweeping the porch and stuff like that. Again, I'll go back to it. It's nice to have a good little competition and a rivalry there with, schools like LSU, but it's a really nice reward to play LSU at the end of the season if you take it.
Yeah. Well, and quite frankly,
I can't give up A&M, Arkansas, or Oklahoma for an LSU team. In the regular season, I just can't do it.
And this year, the way the season has started, with some of the deficiencies and so forth, I'm sure as hell glad this year that Texas is playing Arkansas and not LSU. So I'll take the Arkansas game. Arkansas game.
Mark with another comment. I was at the last Arkansas game when they left the Southwest Conference, and I was glad to see them leave. Never cared about Arkansas.
Yeah,
they are irrelevant to Papa K.
That thing does. I mean, it really runs deep, and it's a lot of it that 69 game. I mean, the coaching rivalries and the mid 70s were really good for that up through the early 80s. I mean, it would kind of go back and forth. That was really one as a kid where I remember at times, to me, that seemed like a bigger game than Texas OU. Texas Arkansas growing up.
Hey, I'm gonna read this thing from Hurricane Hecht real quick because I got to use the bathroom.
Right on.
All right, so let's pull this down. Let me pull up Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Excuse me real quick, gentlemen, ladies, and gents, let me have your attention. There's a new lawyer in town. It's Hurricane Hecht. When the storm hits, you got to call Ryan Hurricane Hecht. Your personal go-to attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, though. He's a Longhorn through and through and brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, you gotta pee, you hurt on the job, you got a dog bite, you hurt your shoulder, you give Ryan Hurricane Hecht a call. He's been fighting for justice, crime, or fighting against crime in big results for over a decade now, and you don't pay unless you win. That's right, no fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets that green in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with the clients. Ryan knows what you're going through, and he's going to fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. If you call him today, right now, he's a fighter for sports, or he's a fighter for the people, and he's going to make sure he gets all that thing, or all your needs and tens attended to. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. 512-938-8929 is the number. Again, 512-938-8929 is the number. You can reach him at Ryan at HechtLawFirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you about Altstadt Beer. You've got a off week for Texas, so bye week, lots of different things to do. I do ask if you've got some, take a trip out to the Altstadt Brewery in Fredericksburg. Go on a tour. Check out that amazing place. I'll set your itinerary for you on Saturday. Come on out and do the St. Jude walk with us over at the Pitch. That's over in 78753. 9 a.m. that walk starts. We'll have the TSU team out there. There'll be a few of us out there just walking for a great cause. Come on out and do that with us. Then take the short ride up to Fredericksburg and tour the Altstadt Brewery. And while you're there, you got to have some of that amazing beer. That is, my favorite. I like the lager. I'm kind of a light beer type of guy. Give me the lager, but you can try the German Pilsner. You can try the Hefeweizen, the Kolsch, the Light, Oktoberfest, all of that right there at the Altstadt Brewery. Make your way to Fredericksburg. You can't get to Fredericksburg? Go to your local retailer. They have the Altstadt right there. Be sure and get you some of that for the weekend to take you through the football weekend. Amazing slate of college football games. This just goes to prove Texas can be off and college football can continue. You've got an amazing slate of NFL. You've got all of that, but you have to do it with the Altstadt beer. Be sure and get some of that today at your local retailers. Remember, Altstadt Brewery and Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets. Also, our man Mike McCall, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. That's the number that you need to check out right there for your free estimate. What project do you have in mind? Something indoors, something outdoors? You want to enjoy that outdoor space a little bit more now that temperatures are going to begin to cool down just a tad? Well, it's one phone call you need to make, and it's to our man Mike McCall. I wouldn't tell him about you. I wouldn't glow about McCall Custom Homes the way I do if I didn't step into my renovated master bath each and every night because, so I take that back. Primary bath. It's just a great space, and it was all made by McCall Custom Homes. Check out the gallery of projects at McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. You can call or text our man Mike for that free estimate. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. 40 years right here in Central Texas. Numerous projects these folks have taken care of, and they want to take care of you next. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. How you doing over there, buddy?
Man, do we got Men's Health as a sponsor or anything?
Dude, yeah, we could, right?
Sometimes, man, and when I hold it that long, it's like it can't come out fast enough, right? Like,
yeah,
it's almost like painful when you're peeing. Well, that's an exaggeration. That's a bad description. It doesn't hurt when I'm peeing. It's just it doesn't come out fast enough, right? It's like, I don't know, squeezing something through. I don't know how to explain it, man. It's just the stream's not fast enough. That's all I could say.
Yeah, the stream, and then
I had a wake up call, about a year and a half ago, man, and I've been trying to get my health all sorted out, and boy, we've really done some detriment to our body here, my dude. We got a lot to come back from. We got a lot of reconstruction to do here, man.
Dude, I'm right there with you to where it's like, as I'm getting older, it's like, okay, I'm trying to live better, but all too often I fall off of the
changes. I'm trying to make the small changes, right?
I know, man. I know, but it's yeah. Like the thing with taking a leak, it's like, okay, it starts and then it won't stop. So is this you when you go take a piss?
It's been just like you would expect. The fire hose is fully inserted in my mouth here, and
how about that guy?
That's a great drop too. That's one that's just never gonna go away. Yeah. It's just fully inserted, man. No, so it feels like the hose is there, right? It's like there's a lot coming out. It's like the there's spigot. More coming out than the hole's letting it come out. You know what I mean? So
it's
something going on with the prostate, guys. We gotta get something sorted out here.
I got one water spigot out there where it's got the the round metal thing, and a lot of it's broke off, so I have trouble opening and closing it. It's like your spigot's got some broken metal on it, dude. You can't turn the shit off, if you know what I mean.
We got something going on. Where do you want to go next, man?
With Florida, with all the conversation of Florida.
Back to Florida, okay. Are we done with the SEC schedule?
Yeah, I think we're good there.
Ultimately, we feel about it. It's competitive across the board.
Yeah,
I think things that we would like to see changed up.
It's as good as you can expect. Again, where I think where a lot of those you're trying to find stuff. You're trying to find stuff, and I think they've done a good job with that. But for the Florida game coming up, not this week. I've already told you, head on out to the Altstadt Brewery this weekend and do the St. Jude walk in the morning. Well, that's nice, right? To help the kids and then go get smashed. No, don't go get smashed. Just go check out.
You can drink responsibly, of course.
Absolutely.
But I mean, if you're gonna get smashed, make sure you have a plan A and have a plan B.
And do it at home. Do it at home. Bring your Altstadt home.
Take an Uber. There
you go. Right here. So Florida, it'll be a 2:30 kick. So a 2:30 kick. It will be in the swamp. Kind of liking that a little bit, right? Let's not play at 11. The Texas 11.
Yeah, let's not play at 11. So 2:30. So it's gonna feel like 1:30, right?
Yeah.
It'll feel like an afternoon. It'll feel like a noon game, kind of. For the Longhorns.
Oh, them Florida fans, they're gonna be lubed up.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're usually sauced up in the swamp too, right? But how raucous is the swamp now? I would say the swamp is more of a raucous environment than DKR, right? Like,
oh yeah,
DKR still got that country club environment, right? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, even the student body section is not as rowdy as you'd like to see them be, right? At times.
Oh yeah,
it should be, especially as big as DKR is, like. you should be feared. Like the opposition should fear coming into DKR.
Yeah.
I don't think that exists. I don't think there's a fear that exists for DKR. Right?
I've always thought that.
Like you mentioned the horseshoe, and there's it gets loud as shit in there.
Well,
right?
LSU. I mean, it's like LSU.
Yeah, Death Valley, right? Like the swamp. Even Happy Valley, like Happy Valley gets loud, right?
Oh yeah.
But
no, I don't find this intimidating at all.
Yeah, what's intimidating about DKR?
Nothing. The drone show at night. I mean, it's like I've been there, Wags. I've been there, and I know that the tone has changed here in the last few years. But it's like I've been to games at DKR where I stand up and I'm hooting and hollering, and maybe I had too much to drink or whatever. But I'm being polite. I'm not bothering anybody. And it's like, can you sit down? Sit down. I'm not at church. I go there tomorrow. I go to church on Sunday. I'm here to root my team on. Yeah, it is now with the music and all the different things that are going on. But it's when I think of, oh man, a hostile environment,
right?
And I mean hostile as a compliment.
Morgantown's a hostile environment.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, it's more hostile in Morgantown than it is in DKR.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, and look, it pains me to say this. I mean, Kyle Field is, with all that shit they do, we can laugh at their dancing and, milkman cheerleaders and all these
Kyle,
things.
Kyle Field, that is a show. That's a spectacle, right? Like when we went there last year, I wasn't even there. I was just watching on the TV and I was taken back. Like, can you imagine if you were there, right? And maybe, you know how it is, man. Me being a military guy, like it is almost like a battle hymn. It's almost like you were going to war, right? There's the only other pageantry that I think I feel like just wins me over is probably USC, right? When the Trojan comes onto the field, bum 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 bum, and he takes the sword and puts it into the, like, I got goosebumps just talking about it. Like that is so damn legit, right? And then of course you got the song girls from USC too. It's that doesn't hurt. But no, USC, like, if I couldn't go to Texas, I would go to USC in a heartbeat just because of the pageantry and tradition there, man. A&M brings that same type of beat, right? A&M brings that same type of vibe. Like, I want Texas to have that type of, if it's not going to have that vibe, man, have an intimidation level of some sort. Like, you can't be the biggest blue blood in all of college. And I say that because you pull in, the most revenue, right? But you can't have the most revenue and not have intimidation.
Oh, dude, I got to tell you. So a couple of years ago, the first year that UTSA played A&M at Kyle Field, Chaffee said, "Hey, I got a ticket. You want to go?" So I rode up there with him and his wife. And you go in there. I haven't been to an A&M game in a long time. And this is UTSA.
They're just happy to be Aggies. Purpose to that cult.
But it's like, say what you want to say. This is against UTSA early in the season, and that place is just on fire for a random game. And and it's really hard sitting there as I wasn't going for really either one.
Sure,
I was just kind of there, because a buddy invited me, and like A&M doing all that.
But as an outsider, you're sitting there, you're probably looking at like,
and it's like they're doing all that shit, and I catch myself like this. And then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I can't be doing that. I can't be getting into this cult shit.
And I get, like, comparison is the number one theft to joy in life, right? Like, but still, when you're sitting there as an outsider there and looking at that type of level, right, and seeing the magnitude and support that's there, why can't Texas have that type of raucous environment?
Yeah,
it's a simple question.
You have the Texas fight. That's
big
cool
deal. Like, that's as crazy as it gets. Like, seriously, that's my friend said that they would let their, and it was almost like it was an insult is what he was doing. Like, I would let my daughter go to school here. What are you talking about? Like, and he's from WVU, right? Like, that's literally, like, he was saying, this is ridiculous. Like, how are you guys not burning couches? Like, this is crazy. It's a part. We're going to a yacht club is what he said.
We're going to a yacht club. You know what I kind of think of when it comes to the DKR atmosphere is like DKR to me is kind of has the feel kind of like the Rose Bowl, to where it's like when you think of the Rose Bowl, you think of the aerial shots and the pageantry and everything around.
I try to even compare it to that, and I can't get that vibe because what am I getting? Like the cityscape, the city
well,
skyline.
Yeah, now it's what do you call it? Cranes right, in the background. Yeah, what you get now.
It's just development. That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, I just the swamp is a hostile environment. 2:30 game there. I think I think it pays dividends for Florida, of course, right? I think letting them get a full day of being sauced up and playing this thing at 7 p.m. would be perfect and ideal for for the Gators here. But I think they give the Longhorns a game. Like, something about Billy, and their defense isn't bad, right? It's just they can't find a way to get their offense going right now. I think that's not going to be, a nice matchup for them coming in, going up against one of the toughest defenses in the nation here. But still, like, DJ Lagway is he's still a force to be reckoned with. He might not be having the start of the season that he wants, but he's a ball player. He can make plays, right? If we have this lack, if we continue with this inability to get to the quarterback or even to pressure and hurry the quarterback, and we give Lagway time, it could go very bad for Texas, right? And also, what is the one Achilles heel or kryptonite that Texas usually struggles with?
Rushing the passer?
Not just that, but I mean, it's to me, it's a dual threat quarterback, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's not so much the quarterback with the RPO, but the quarterback like a Dylan Gabriel, right?
Yeah.
That's mobile enough to
like what you're going to do with John McTeer coming up.
The pocket collapse can take off and beat you for 10 to 15 yards, right? Like that's the stuff that plagues me at night, that gives me PTSD other than combat. It's the thought and the memory of Oklahoma quarterbacks dropping back in a spread set and having a spy on, and then the quarterback being able to win in a one-on-one situation and being able to get past the ball carrier, the would-be ball carrier, and getting another 20 yards. That is my nightmare that I see over and over and over again. And every time I go into these games, I think that these visions are going to come back to fruition and haunt us and come back and bite us in the ass. And that's why I always say the most dangerous thing on the field is dual threat quarterback, just because like you spread everybody out. The offense takes care of their assignments. The offensive line takes care of their assignments. Usually there's a double team on the line. They can stack a balance, to the left side or to the right side there. You can open up a hole and then get into the second wave and win a one-on-one, and then you're 20 yards down, down the damn field. Like it's a really good tactical way to pursue, a defense that's just lights out, right? Like you take away their strengths, and the Longhorn strength is 8 hats to a ball, being able to have great pursuit. Their secondary playing downhill at you and coming up and stopping the runs, right? You do that by making them get on their heels with a dual threat quarterback.
And that kind of brings up another point that I saw yesterday, that DJ Lagway was back in a walking boot. And again, I
didn't see that.
Yeah, where he was back in a walking boot, I saw. So I don't know. And of course, the immediate perception that some people were having on that, it's like, okay, but it's because Florida's desperate, and Florida's if you want to talk about teams that are probably out of SEC contention, it's a shorter list right now that we can throw that out, but I think Florida's probably on that list.
What's wrong? I can't find anything right now. What's wrong with him?
He's had some sort of I think it's an ankle thing that he
is it a high ankle? No, that was
he had something for a while and was in a walking boot. Apparently he was back in it yesterday. And again, that could be preventative. That I've worn those walking boots, and they're uncomfortable, but they don't let that thing. I mean, they absorb any type of pressure, any type of whatever that may be going on there. So that's something to watch. Again, we're a week out, a week and a half out.
Developing issue here.
We're
basically 2 weeks out.
Yeah,
right?
It's probably preventative, but when you see that, you start thinking, oh man, what is that going to be an issue? And the other part that concerns me about this game is that Florida's desperate right now, man, to the point that we're talking about, to where you know there's jobs on the line. There's you're going into the swamp and you're going to catch a team that's hopefully I hope for their coach's sake that these guys are going to go out and they're going to lay out everything that they have, because if they can pull an upset right here and knock off Texas, I mean that's something that could vault their season in a totally different direction. So, yeah, desperate teams worry me. Desperate teams worry me, especially when they're playing a team that I cover or a team that I root for, because that's usually going to bring out the best of them.
It says undescribed right now. Like, I can't find anything. He's still in the boot, right? But I can't find, and this is coming from the Independent Florida Gator, or the Independent Florida Alligator. DJ Lagway in a boot after suffering undisclosed injury against Miami.
And of course, one of the things I saw was, you know, let's just go straight to the negative. It's like he's in a walking boot getting ready to head to the portal. You know, that he's going to shut it down for the season and head back to the portal. I wouldn't think that would be the case, but I'm sure it's preventative. But it's definitely something to watch, because without DJ Lagway, that's suddenly,
like in this article that I'm seeing right now, it's saying that he's owning up on everything. He's saying, I played horrible. Never had a performance like that in my life. So I kind of think it's hard to process. He's talking about reflecting against the game he just had against Miami, right?
Yeah.
They got boat raced.
Well, yeah, you know, Miami's
Miami's top 5 team.
Yeah, that's where, you know, when Art says I need to play better or whatever against the Sam Houston and these people, it's like, yeah, you do. But when Lagway says that about Miami, it's like, dude, we're gonna give the team that just boat raced you a little bit of credit here, because they're pretty good. But you look at
what's
Lagway.
Concerning about this is now his 5th injury since 2021.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
and most of them in that lower extremities.
Right.
Extremities. Is that
right? Now, of course, the last one that he had was his shoulder, I think. So
yeah.
But no, he had July. He had a strain left calf in July, or a strained calf muscle. In July. So yeah, just reoccurring injuries, re-aggravating injuries for DJ Lagway. And yes, that is confirmed. He is in a walking boot.
And I mean, his team's not helping him. He's been sacked 9 times.
Yeah.
So that's
9 times.
9 times.
Bueller, 9 times. I don't remember him getting sacked 9 times.
Well,
I have it right here. He was sacked.
I see it with my own 4 eyes, man.
See that little parody right there, a little Ferris Bueller Day Off.
So that's where Texas pressure the quarterback. What do we talk about? A little more pressure on the quarterback.
Yeah, but that hasn't been happening though. How do we draw it? Which brings me to my next point, Double R. How do we get more pressure on the quarterback? It seems to be non-existent right now, or at least in these last 3 games. Or 4 games rather, there was pressure, I would say, on Sand.
You did in game 1.
Sand was hurried. Yeah, Sand was hurried. Just where's the disconnect now, right? Like, you know, I was talking with my neighbor, and he asked me if Colin Simmons even played the other day. Now, of course, he was joking, right?
Yeah.
But no, when you're supposed to be, you know, an all-pro, or thinking you're an all-pro, right? And you can't even record a tackle against what that was UTEP. We got some concerns. We got some absolute concerns, right? 3 sacks this past game? Still not enough for me. Like, this was cupcake season, and you showed an inability to get to the quarterback, whether that be, you know, scheme or whatnot. I can't even say that scheme. Like, with the skill set that you have, or the talent that you have at the edge, you should be able to win on a one-on-one, or even if somebody's chipping you, you should be able to get to the quarterback based off the season and based off the performances that you showed us last season. And I'm not just talking about Simmons, I'm also talking about Ethan Burke too, right? Like, we got to make more plays, and in times of crucial plays, you know, the Longhorns pass passing attack and edge rushing showed up last year in pivotal moments, and was able to get takeaways for us and force strip sacks at times.
And that's where, like, to your question, I mean, how do you increase the pass rush? I mean, everything is there. I mean, I can't tell you how. I go back to, why are you not rushing the passer? Because that's
you're getting pressure from the interior, right? Like the interior is winning. So and I've gone back and I'm seeing double teams, right? Simmons is going to draw a double team every snap, or at least he should, right? So what do you do if you're PK, right? Maybe dial up and send 5, when you zig when the other team is zagging here, maybe dial it up on second down. Well, second down is kind of I would say second if you're trying to blitz off tendency, right? Maybe second down is the down to kind of do it, and usually you bring it on first down, you bring it on third down. Like for me, and if you're not getting enough pressure, you're not drawing enough pressure with your 4-man front or just with your down lineman there, you got to draw something up and force some type of pressure on the quarterback to move him off the spot, right? Now, I think that's going to happen as we move into conference play. I do believe we were keeping stuff close to the vest.
Yeah.
I
think that's a lot of it.
It's a copycat league, right? And people pick up on shit week to week here. So I do think we were playing very vanilla. But
I think that's a lot of the defense to where it's like we've been trying to figure out the offense and all that. To me, the defense is it's under here.
Sure, but if you don't want to show blitzes, if you don't want to do blitzes or scheme up blitzes, you can scheme up stunts on the front,
right,
on the interior, right? You can run it underneath and then an overlap. So I got some concerns, right?
But I'll tell you what's been nice about this, because like when the season started, we were concerned about the secondary, but it's like with not quite the pass rush that you want, you figured out that you've got a secondary that is kind of
that can cover for at least 3 or 4 seconds. Now, again, man, these are receivers that can struggle to get separation, which brings me to my other point.
Yeah,
the wide receivers and during this cupcake era, the lack, I won't say inability to separate, and maybe it's Arch missing his targets too, or missing his reads too, right? Because we've also mentioned that
there's a lot of that.
He's honed in on one guy or one target, his first read, and trying to make that work. Even though Klatt says he's rushing and hitting every read, I don't see that. I only see one read, but and maybe the wide receivers are getting separation. Right, but I'm seeing very small separation from our wide receivers and when you're Texas and you're playing teams of like Sisters of the Week and Unscrupulous, you should have at least 3 or 4 steps on deep routes, right? You would think.
Yeah. And something else with the receivers. You mentioned Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman said something last night that made me think about Texas, about the Texas quarterback receiver. Did you hear when Troy said? I forget what happened, but Troy said, when you're a quarterback, when you've got a receiver that practices hard, that's naturally the first guy that you're going to look to, because the dude is lights out in practice, and you know that dude's going to be working his ass off to try to get open. And that's where I go back, not questioning the practicing of Ryan Wingo or DeAndre Moore or any of these guys, but I think that he has his guy that he practices hard with. And I think that's where it's developing that continuity to get that separation and to get yourself open. But it's, I think you turned that corner the other day. And again, I know this is against Sam Houston. You have to preface everything with that, but I'm a little more confident than I was, because it seems like it's there now. And that's where I go back to the bye week where it's like, God dang it. Part of me wishes
I can't be a prisoner of the moment or victim of success, right? Like, not victim of success. That's the wrong term. But yeah, I guess it's just prisoner of the moment, right? Or I don't know, like 55-0 is great, Rodney. It's great to have this feel good moment. But again, like you just said it, man, it's the worst. It's a defense that was 133rd in the nation.
Very bad team,
right? So, there's also some positives, right? There's also some positives. Like, I'm a mean guy, right? Like I'm somebody that takes, I like to take the average of things. He played I think he played well. Arch did not play well against Ohio State, but the team played well against Ohio State, right? I thought they played poorly, or they underperformed. Let me walk that back. They underperformed against UTEP and excuse me, what's the second school that we played? What was week 2's matchup? It's eluding me.
UTEP, Sam Houston.
Right?
San Jose State.
San Jose State. Thank you. It was the other. San
Sue
Jose
Patrick.
State. Thank you, Sue Patrick. Thank you, Sue Patrick, for that season mug. But yeah, you know, these are schools that you shouldn't have been struggling against, and I would say you underachieved and underperformed against these schools, right? And then you come out against Sam Houston, and you have a very efficient day with a 50-burger, 55-0, and anytime that your defense can pitch a shutout, regardless, that's a great day to pitch a blank, to pitch a 0, right? So ultimately. And going back to the Ohio State game, you only allowed Ohio State to get past the 50 twice.
Right.
Okay. So there's some really good things to kind of look at if you're looking at the mean of this past month. All right. But the penalties.
That's
penalties are very concerning. You're averaging 7 penalties a game, 8 penalties a game. That can't be. That can't be happening. That's going to get you beat. You're going to beat yourselves, and you're going up against teams like maybe even a Florida team in a wily swamp can take you down if you're getting 9, 10 penalties on that Saturday. And I kind of said this yesterday too, right? You play this poorly against Oklahoma, they're going to beat you. Yeah,
they will, and they're going to beat you good. And that penalties will get you beat. I don't care who you are. Look at Green Bay the other day. How many penalties did they have? And you got beat by Cleveland. Those are the things where I think a lot of some of these questions, like with pass rush and all that, they're going to answer themselves, and we're all going to say, "Boy, that bye week sure as hell did a."
I hope so, because I have some concerns. And that's my point. Like,
the penalties are seriously what concerns me.
Like, even if you're not scheming, and even if you're getting double teamed and chipped, you should be able to at least get to the edge, or at least get off the edge and get to the quarterback once or twice. Right? Once or twice a game, at least.
Yeah. But the penalties are the ones that I'm like, man, if you're still seeing that, if you're seeing 10, 11, 12 penalties in the swamp and the swamp environment, where we talk about environments, that environment can do that to you. I don't care how good Florida is. I mean, this is about where we're talking about DKR, where it's like that's the home field advantage you want. No matter how bad or good your team is, you can count on the damn crowd, like the Aggies, where they have that. So I don't know. I think we see a lot of things that are going to be fixed, but it's definite Lagway that's going to be something to really watch. But you just can't go in there against a desperate team and go in there and kind of start half-stepping things, thinking that you're just going to stroll up in there and roll out of there with a win, because they will beat you. They will make you make mistakes, and you can't do that to yourself.
No, you can't. Any last save rounds on that? That's Texas and Florida here in a couple of weeks. Where else you want to
go? The little lady with the beer keeps coming up. I don't know.
Remember the video where they're
I don't know.
The mom gave the lady beer, or the mom gave the girl beer. I don't know where it's at on here.
She was apparently spotted again, is what this says. I tell you, man, while that is funny, I hope that's not the case. I hope she wasn't spotted again drinking a beer. But I will tell you what she should be drinking, because this is actually good for you, and it's OLIPOP. We talk about it every morning right here on TSU. A new kind of soda made with plant fiber and prebiotics. You know what that means? That's that stuff that's good for you.
That means science. That's what that means.
That means, I don't really know what this is, but they tell me it's good for me, so I'm going to drink it. Like I said, I can't drink regular Cokes anymore. I mean, they just... like I say, they make my pee-pee burn. So, but when I have OLIPOP, even the classic cola flavor, that doesn't happen. Several different flavors that you can check out: the orange cream, the cherry cola, the vintage cola, Ridge Rush, lots of different ones, and lots of different retailers where you can find OLIPOP. Be sure and check that out. OLIPOP, that's what we drink here, along with Altstadt Beer. So we are all over the place with our different drinks of pleasure.
The orange cream's my favorite.
Orange cream is good. Orange cream. I like. I used to like those creamsicles. The ice cream things.
That's my favorite too. They're so good. I just every bite. No, I'm not joking. I'm really not joking. If we ever go to a bar, or if you're trying to look manly and drink like a bourbon or something, right? Don't sit next to me. Okay, because I'm the guy. I'm the guy that's got his little umbrella in the orange dreamsicle frou drink.
Hey,
right,
man,
I got my pinky up and I'm sipping on that thing. Hold my little straw. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bartender, you got any more? You got any more rum back there, bartender?
Yeah, you don't just shotgun it like this.
No, that's what they're talking about.
Yeah,
there it is.
Look at her. Oh, she's hammering away,
That
man.
is not a beer, man. That is not a beer. That is like, it's got to be juice. That's definitely a Michelob Ultra.
That's a Michelob Ultra or a Bud Light. One of the two, man. That's golly.
That's definitely a Michelob Ultra. Oh, Rob, we see it, Rob. What's up? Good morning, sir.
Oh,
good morning.
God. There it is. There it is.
All right. CeeDee Lamb, 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah. That's another guy on my fantasy team. Yeah, that's who I was
in here and splash the crowd. Yeah, the Ravens lost Jake his fantasy realm.
They did me too. I lost by 3 points. I had a nice advantage going in. Of course, CD got me nothing. But yeah, I thought I was going to be okay. But yeah, Lamar got me. Lamar got me with the last touchdown. So thanks, Lamar.
And that's shared in the first hour. My kid was down 3 points or 4 points, and then once but he's a huge Ravens fan, right? So he was kind of pissed off the Ravens were losing. But then once Montgomery kind of sprung that, or his night was over once they connected with that 4th and 2 with Amon-Ra St. Brown catching that just gift, that perfectly placed ball on a platter from golf there. Once that happened, he basically threw his hands up in the air and be like, all right, that's it, my night's shit. And then Montgomery, next play, Montgomery's on his team, gets him 8 points or 9 points for the touchdown carry there. And then he's up by 1 point, right? And he's got Lamar Jackson, who's going into a 2-minute offense, pressing one of the most nastiest pass rushers out there, right? Being Aiden Hutchinson. So I'm sitting here saying, hey, temper expectations. He's probably, if he throws a pick, you're probably going to get minus 2 points, and then you're going to lose the game, right? So just temper expectations. And then Lamar ends up, getting a nice completion there, and then also getting a touchdown completion, kind of secured the deal. But his night was anyways, it was kind of bittersweet. Silver lining is he won fantasy, but lost, with his favorite team being the Ravens. So
yeah. Well,
they're becoming some bitches giving Derrick Henry the ball like 10 times a game. I agree with you. We kind of talked a little bit about that too, right? Like,
you can't hold on to it.
What's the identity of the Ravens, right? Like, you have such a force with the ground and pound game between the Ravens, or between Lamar Jackson being able to get the edge, and then, King Henry being able to just carve you up in the middle. But all that really, it comes with a 1-2 punch, and that first delivery is really King Henry. I guess it doesn't have to be King Henry first, right? Like if Lamar gets the edge, and he's been getting the edge, seamlessly, that defense is going to kind of naturally open up, and that's going to have it's going to have more wider holes for Derrick Henry to run rampant. And, once that happens, and then that defense starts to come up a little bit, and then the play action is wide open. So again, it's a triple threat that, Baltimore's gotten figured out. They've kind of, gone away from their identity, which is the ground and pound that they've embraced so well, or kind of built themselves up for. They've fallen in love with the deep threat with I think Flowers, and I think the more efficient way to use Flowers is to kind of have him in the intermediate mid route game, and let him get the 10 route curl marks, or the 10 route slant marks, and get the yard after the catch. Sure, he's got the speed to blow the doors off the defense, but I mean, what's more accurate, throwing a 40-yard bomb, or letting somebody eat after getting a 10-yard slant pass?
And this just goes back to with that. I mean, Detroit was just really good last night. Well, not just last night.
7 sacks. They were fantastic.
Yeah, that's the whole thing where it's Detroit. And that's so weird, because I was talking to a guy yesterday, because we were talking about the game last night, and he said, well, I'm a little bit concerned because Detroit's an indoor team. I'm like, man, that stuff don't matter anymore.
It's early enough in the season. Not gonna be that bad. But also, like, and outside turf, actually, I think M&T Bank is grass. I got to check on that. I think it is grass. Flowers recorded his first target in the second half. Yeah. Which is just kind of wild. My kid had Flowers last night too. So he had Flowers, Lamar, and Montgomery going into the game last night. So I say kid, my son. He's not a kid anymore. He's my son. So
But with Dallas, with CD, that's huge. I mean, if that dude goes on IR because it is, I mean, that offense just evolves so much around CD Lamb. Like we were talking about yesterday, it's a different Dak Prescott. And that's not I mean that as a total compliment to Dak, because with Dak and CD, they're just
like CD's got over 100 yards each game, so he relies on Dak. Or he relies on CD, rather.
Guy's unbelievable. And the thing about it was I was pretty fired up, even though in that first game against Philadelphia, the misses, the much talked about misses that CD had. I mean, that dude came out in the next game and that dude was nails. I mean, it's like, okay, there's the motivation where CD Lamb's going to a different level. I still, for the life of me, don't know why you put that dude in the backfield and try that horse shit. And what do? You get the guy's ankle turned, and now could be 4 weeks that he's out.
I mean, I guess I understand you're trying to spark something, right? Like you're trying to engineer some type of offense and orchestrate some type of firepower, but dude, it
way too early in the game for that.
Well, not just too early in the game, but at what cost? Like at what expense? Are you gonna put your and I get it, like he's your best he's your best playmaker, right? But don't line him up in the backfield, for Christ's sake.
No.
Like,
no,
I mean, scheme up something to where he's, getting a reverse option or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Or do what they did with Amon Rossi and Brown last night, to where they handed the ball off to him and then they did an option pitch to Gibbs like that. That stuff works great. You know what I mean? It just keeps the defensive mindset clicking. Like, oh, well, what about this? Well, they can do this, but then they run that off of this set too. So, it keeps them always on the lookout. It makes them having to honor the small things, right? And when you have to honor the small things, you allow the edge to get taken.
Yeah, and I know that CD is a huge threat, but if I'm going to run that play, and again, I'm no football coach, I just play one on this show. But if I'm going to put Kevontae Turpin back there. I mean, if I'm going to put one of those dudes in the backfield, I Turpin every day and twice on Sunday.
It sucks to say this, but Turpin's more expendable, right?
Yeah. And I think out of the backfield, he's a better threat, to be honest with you. I mean, CD is great hands and yard yak.
When you rely on 100 yards through the air with CD Lamb each game, it's not wise to put him in the backfield and let him take a beating when your running backs are taking a beating because of the lack of blocking that you have up front, which it's been upgraded, but it's still nowhere near where it needs to be. So,
yeah. And I think the huge concern here, obviously the long-term health of CD Lamb, but the thing about it is your defense cannot stop anybody. The Packers are coming in. The Packers are going to, and oh, by the way, they lost to Cleveland.
Yeah, they're going to be, the Packers are going to be.
Yeah. You want to talk about a bitter Florida team.
Right.
These Packers are going to come in. I mean, as if this game didn't have enough hype already. But so you have to score a lot of points because your defense can't stop anybody, and you lose your number one weapon. George Pickens, well, we need you, brother. Hey, Turpin, talk about Turpin, all these other guys. Ferguson.
So you're all right. Let's Dr. Ronald. Can we embrace Dr. Ronald real quick? You're an emotional guy. I would say you're a guy that's big on emotions, right?
Yeah, got my doctor hat on. Yeah.
So what's it going to be like for Micah?
Coming back to Dallas, heroes.
No ceremony from what I'm seeing for Micah right now. Of course, he's not even in the Hall of Fame yet. Like, why are they going to give? I agree.
Wait, they're doing a ceremony? I didn't even see that.
There's no ceremony. I didn't see
okay.
There shouldn't be a ceremony, but people were saying like, "Hey, well, there'll be a welcoming ceremony for Micah here." What the hell for? What have they done since? I mean, seriously, that's a legit question. Why would they have a ceremony for Micah Parsons?
I wouldn't. I mean, no. I mean, welcome him home with a loss.
Right. Like, there's the homecoming for you. Take the L, buddy.
Yeah. Show him that he should have wanted to stay. I mean, maybe he did want to stay. I don't know. I'm not speaking for him. It's not his fault. I mean, I totally get it. No. Yeah. Jerry said there wouldn't be. Of course not. Jerry wouldn't even have.
Where are we at in society today?
Anniversary yesterday of that great press conference.
30 years?
Yeah.
30 years?
30, 20? Long ass time ago. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's it's how are you going to score points? Running the ball. I mean, Micah's going to come in juiced up, man. I'm scared of what he's going to do in this game. I think a lot of Cowboy fans want him to like knock Dak out. Like, no, we don't want that to happen. You don't want Dak getting knocked out by Mike or anybody else for that matter. But yeah, that's going to be interesting. No ceremony needed. It's
Can we talk about the University of Texas running back situation? Who's the starter anymore? What's Sark's running backs plans? What y'all thinking here? Well, we kind of addressed that yesterday. So we'll touch on that again. I thought Christian Clark looked well. I guess, of course, consider the source here. I don't have an update on Wisner here yet. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to tote the rock. I'd like to think that after the bye week, we'll get more of an update, an injury update from Sark. I don't have an update sound on him yet. Once we get that, we'll play that for you. But thanks for the question. I would think moving forward, I liked what I saw out of Simon, right?
Yeah.
Being able to get 19 carries that he had against UTEP, right? Now, of course, he looked good against Sam Houston, but I think with what you got out of the last week with Simon, I think you wanted to see a little bit more from Clark out of this game, right? And of course, Clark kind of struggled a little bit. Might have got going against UTEP, but I thought struggled a little bit against UTEP, but got going pretty decently against Sam Houston. Again, consider the defense, consider the opposition. But ultimately, I think they're eagerly anticipating Wisner to come back, right? Like when Wisner comes back, regardless of Baxter or Wisner, I think Wisner is your bell cow. Love seeing Baxter when he's on the field. It's just you can't plan for a full season with Baxter. I think we all know you just can't plan for a full season with Baxter anymore. Just he's so prone to injury. But when he's on the field, man, he can light it up. That's for sure. He's a special talent. It's just how long will you have him for, right? And hell, it's gonna be one play, right? It's 1 week, one play. It's tough, but ultimately, though, with school being like Texas, you should never have that many concerns with the running back room. A running back should emerge, right, or should be able to ascend. We've seen that a little. I saw a little bit of that out of Simon. I do like what I'm seeing out of Clark too. I love Clark's ability to catch the ball out of the backfield too. I think if Clark is the running back moving forward, I think that part of the game starts to develop and gets implemented into it from Sarkisian and Flood. But right now, I guess my favorite back moving forward, I like what Clark gives me, but in goal line situations, give me Gibson, right? And then if we got to move forward, give me Simon. I like Simon right now.
And I think what this has been, because our insiders will tell us this, and again, we can only speculate right here because, like we said, it's a bye week, so we're not going to hear a lot of anything probably until next week once you get into game week.
And this is Jake kind of. I didn't want to assume this, but this is kind of where I'm at too. Like I would think that he's going to be coming back for Florida, right?
Yeah, That's
and once the game's well in hand, I think maybe he goes back to resting in Florida. But again, you can't, like we talked about earlier, you can't sell Florida short at all.
Yeah, these past couple of weeks have been, whether it's going to be Clark or Gibson, whoever, who's going to be the next one in line right there once Wisner's back, because he'll be back. And I think the other part of this, to where this really works out well, that you've seen the good stuff out of Gibson. He's been able to hold on to the ball. I like what I've seen from Christian Clark as well as Simon. Is that way you can utilize CJ Baxter different if you get him back, to where it's like he's not. I mean, you wish that you could, like you said, that you could count on that dude, but it's not when, it's if something's going to happen to him. So I think what it's done, it's aligned the room to get stronger.
Right. I think we've been able to see just how strong the room is actually tied together. Right. So I think Baxter is, and when I say this, I consider blocking with this too, right? I think Baxter's the overall better back out of all of them there. I think Wisner's a great runner, a tough runner inside the tackles too. Wisner might have a lot of special skill set inside the tackles that, Baxter has too. Wisner hits the hole faster and harder for me, which he's just my type of running back that I like in my backfield more than I would have Baxter. Like Baxter is fantastic. I think Baxter picks up blocks great too, right? But it's the dancing. The dancing drives me nuts, right? And I know he's a patient running back, and that's his style. But man, hit the effing hole, all right? Like, man, dance, get your momentum, because at least if you have your momentum and you're stopped in the line, you fall forward and you get 2, maybe 3 yards. That's my thought process, my mentality. If you're dancing too much, right, you can get hit at the line of scrimmage and fall back. That's what I was always taught.
When I was a player, I was like that. I hit the hole harder and faster when I was a player, or maybe a player.
I don't know. Did they give you the ball? I don't know. I thought you blocked.
Hey, Wags, we got to talk about Covert Bee Cave. CovertBeeCave.com before we get out of here. Be sure and check them out at CovertBeeCave.com. Check out the weekly specials. Again, there's something to do this weekend. Need a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? Go find that whip at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Beats Covert deal, not now, not ever. Our man Tom McKay checking in this morning on the Coda text line. Tom, thank you for listening as always. He says he could go for 4 hours of chaos theory. Holy smoke!
I can go for 4 hours of Tom.
I go 4 hours of Tom. I go for 24 hours of Tom. And of course, he mentions it's hockey season. It's hockey season right around the corner.
Right around the corner. So sitting on the couch last night, and Reed looks over. He goes, "Hey, remember that fishing trip that we went on in Costa Rica?" I was just like, "Actually, buddy, I was a jackass. I looked over and I'm like, actually, buddy, we were in Nicaragua." So he goes, "Oh yeah, that's right. We went to another country." Well, no, we flew into Costa Rica, but we took the boat trip to Nicaragua to go fishing. But yeah,
slow boat to Nicaragua.
It's just one of those trips that you'll never forget, right? Like they talk about, if heaven is a place on earth, man, the Costa Rica is probably where it's at. It's awesome. And I just, thank Tom for, having us a part of that 60th birthday for the big guy right there.
Good man. I'll tell you, there aren't a lot of, there aren't a lot of people like Tom. Tom.
Yeah. When you got somebody like Tom in your corner, in the circle, whatever, like he just, I don't know, it's taking care of it, man.
And he tells you what he thinks.
Good things happen.
If the dude loves you, he's going to tell you what he thinks.
That's it right there. It's the love.
Yeah, and know that he means it because he loves you. You know that he means it.
Counterpoint to that, if you're not in Tom's, or if you're on the outside looking in, you're trying to do bad things to Tom. Watch out.
Yeah, watch out for that dude. Yeah, but hockey season's here. How about some AVC?
This is The Kid with Audiovisual Consultations.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports. Football is upon us.
And hockey season is upon us too.
And everyone here at ABC wants to make you feel like the real winner, even if your team doesn't make it to the playoffs.
Well, I know you're not talking about the Stars, so you must be talking about your Bruins. You're going down this year, kid. It's a numbers game. Just check the stats.
Well, why not check ours? ABC has been servicing homes and businesses with surveillance, sound, and visual setups for almost 40 years, and we've never come in second place.
That's right, kid.
If you want to ensure a win this season, call Audiovisual Consultations. We've got a roster of cool stuff, and we're ready to play.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Even if your team doesn't take home the cup this season, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want. That's 512-255-8678.
There you go.
This is The Kid with Audiovisual Consultation.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
And we wanted to prepare you for another incredible season of sports.
I didn't know that one was on repeat. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I wasn't paying attention there because I was looking for the breaking news sounder. And I think, it's just.
What are you doing, dude?
It's on repeat. I don't know what
it's doing. Get off of the producer mode.
Oh, my God. What's going on here? It's early, man. I had to wake up an hour earlier today. I'm just kidding. I'm up early all the time. Jadeveon Clowney makes his Dallas Cowboy debut this Sunday. Ooh, we got him now.
Didn't he just get arrested?
No. God, I hope not.
Seriously, I'm not lying.
Jadeveon Clowney?
Like 3 days before he signed, he got arrested.
Oh, God. So is he like out on bond? Or are they going to come get him?
I gotta look this up. But I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
yeah. Well, I guess so. Yeah. Rob says if there aren't more legal. Yeah. He got arrested. Oh, my God. Please tell me he's like a hot check or something. No, I hope he's not like doing things. Oh, God. Come on, man. See,
I mean, I don't know how. I think it's like a misdemeanor. I mean,
the parking issue in South Carolina.
Yeah, I don't think it was anything crazy, but
come on.
It was like a violation. It was a traffic violation or something like that.
You know, I wondered how he became such a hot commodity for Dallas. That's why he got arrested. And Jerry's like, I need to save that guy.
Hey, man, you know, that is Jerry's cup of tea, right?
Yeah, he said.
Jerry likes the drama. Jerry's all about that drama.
You talk about Dr. Ronnie, Jerry's like, let me save you. Come on, man. Well, yeah, Jadeveon Clowney. So there's your answer to Micah Parsons this week as a Green Bay Packers.
I don't think they're one and the same. Clowney can make some plays. Parson always makes plays. So
yeah,
I don't know what to tell you, man.
This is going to, but no, Wags. You know what? I mean, this is just epic fail this past week for the Cowboys. They'll come out, and I wouldn't be surprised if you see a fight like you saw against the Eagles. I don't know. This team is just so. No, I take it back. Defense is bad. Well,
little rough, but anyway, yeah, that's your breakdown. Steven, what's up, dude?
What's up, fellas? How we doing? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. Rodney, the Cowboys defense is historically bad at this point.
Yeah.
When Russell Wilson is dropping moon balls on you at this day, at 37 years old,
in the year of our Lord 2025, we got problems.
And Caleb's a 300-yard passer. You were doing something wrong.
Well, what's up? What's on the slate today, man?
Yeah, so more of the same type of stuff, right? You know, great game last night between the Baltimore Ravens and Detroit Lions. So we'll definitely want to touch on that. Lamar's dominance over the NFC, versus the Lions in prime time. I thought that was fascinating stuff. Definitely want to get into what Texas looks like here at number 10 in the AP poll. And why I think that's actually good position for us heading into the bye week mentally for this football team. Definitely want to talk through, just what we got coming up against Florida, what we got, what we want to see from, our ops in A&M and Oklahoma. So we'll be talking about all the playing the hits today, if you will. And living with the chat.
Let me get one teed up for you real quick, just because I feel like a lot of attention's been on the offense, and rightfully so, right, for the Texas Longhorns. But I guess this is arguable, right? But on the football team, like, the second most important position is the pass rush, right? Like, to counter the pass, you Absolutely. Need a good pass rush, right?
Absolutely.
And our inability to get to the quarterback has also been concerning for me. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think through 4 games we have 11 sacks as a team, and I think Colin Simmons leads us to like 1.5 sacks, right?
Yeah.
So
that's ultimately my biggest concern is Simmons.
Right. Now here's my thing is this: I do think PK is saving some of the more advanced heaters, if you will, some of the more advanced pressures for the John Mateers of the world. For some of the better quarterbacks that we will see. I mean, if you think about Ohio State, we played a freshman quarterback that threw the ball 20 times that day and was playing out of his own end zone. We had to play a certain way.
Right.
I am concerned that we haven't gotten more organic pressure against some of these lower tier teams.
The interior's been okay. That's been a nice surprise, right? The interior defensive front has been a surprise. But if that's happening, like, it's pulling double teams away from the edges and chipping away from the edges, why aren't the edges winning in one-on-one battles?
I think that we will learn more against Florida.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put it that way. I think they understand. I think they have been playing in a situation though where they're trying to test a lot of guys out rotationally. I haven't seen them run a whole bunch of stunts, but to your point, Wags, I mean, I would expect my guys to just beat G5 tackles on a regular basis like a turnstile. Right. And that hasn't been the case. I'm hoping though, Because this is what the thing is. This was promoted as one of the best pass rushers in the country.
Sure. Or between Burke and Simmons, this was a lights out room, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Trey Moore, like what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I mean, it took Trey Moore almost 5-6 games last year to get ramped up.
Middle of the year. Yep. Middle of the year. Yep.
Middle of the year, and then it was pretty consistent even going into the playoffs. What we were getting. So my hope is, again, the better quarterbacks and some of the guys that just are going to organically hold the ball longer. I need y'all to be on point against Mateer's going to hold the ball, right, and extend play. They don't run quick game like a lot of these teams that we've seen. So I'm hoping that's when we will see the pass rush that was promoted and them really whooping up on tackles.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, dude. Well, I don't want to steal too much of your thunder, man. We'll be listening. Of course, I'll be, running the background for you. If you need anything, just, dial me up or let me know, bud. All right.
I appreciate you, brother.
Yep.
For sure, man.
See you later, man. Chaos Theory, 7 to 9 tomorrow. One more day. Take care, Steven.
Thank you, fellas. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Steven here, Fanatic Perspective. Happy to be filling in this morning from 9 to 10. We are going to be talking about some Texas football while we're here, right? While we're still on. I see my boy CB here in the chat. I know we were talking Cowboys a little bit, but I do want to start off now that we are on that Longhorn track, because the pass rush conversation was a big one coming up during when I did my post game for Bleacher Report this past Saturday, as well as when I did my post game on my channel. Why aren't we seeing more disruptiveness, more pressures? Especially against the Sam Houston States of the world, the UTEPs of the world. I do think, though, that they are working to integrate a lot of different pieces and a lot of different guys into that rotation, into that room, and really getting them on a consistent page. Brad Spence, I think, is starting to come along. Lance Jackson got some action, got a sack. But to their point, starting off these games, it does seem like quarterbacks have been able to navigate the pocket and throw comfortably. Now, our secondary has been outstanding, and I think we've held up very, very well. The other thing is this. Anthony Hill was used as a pass rusher half of his freshman year, like really to get heat, kind of in the same Micah Parsons hybrid sense, if you think about it. And his freshman year, he comes up with 6.5 sacks before he, ultimately moves on to replace Jalen Ford. He's the true Mike, the true guy in the middle. And now, he's really blitzing from depth and blitzing as more of a second level guy, like we were using DeMarvion Overshown. He still came up with 8-9 sacks last year from that role. My question for y'all is, how many heaters have you seen PK use Anthony Hill? How many times have you really seen Anthony Hill? I'm not saying he hasn't been used at all or he hasn't come forward. We can pull those metrics and really see how many true pass rush opportunities has he had, whether it's at a blitzer or from the edge. All I'm saying is I have not seen much of the Anthony Hill and Colin Simmons lining up on one side and running games on a tackle. When I see that and we can't get pressure, that's when I'll hit the panic button. But until then, I do think that they have really been strategic at leaving him basically playing a lot of base, being organic. I believe they knew wholeheartedly going into the Ohio State game that it was going to be a ground and pound fight. They did not expect Julian Sand to drop back pass a whole bunch. They had a bomb-ass punter that was putting them, back in their own end zone. So there wasn't these just natural opportunities to really get after the quarterback on a consistent basis. It was really basically trying to stay home fundamentally and get the ball back to your offense, which they succeeded at and did in that game. So I think some of the frustrations are there. We've seen that with some of the penalties on the defense, especially Colin Simmons. But we're getting into conference play now. We're going to be facing a Florida team who is likely coaching Billy Napier, coaching for his job. Billy Napier and Florida are 1-3 right now. They'll have a bye week as well. We heard the news that DJ Lagway is in a walking boot, which is like, that scene with Russ Cole from True Detective. Time is a flat circle. It feels like, because everybody gonna be like, man, is DJ ducking Texas for the second year in a row? I mean, this is the situation that Florida is in right now, right? We're going into the swamp, and yes, we want to see our boys have that second road test now that they've had some tune-up opportunities, now that they've had Operation Get Arch right in full effect, and get his swagger back, get his confidence going, getting Ryan Wingo going, getting DeAndre Moore back healthy. We're starting to see all these things. We got the running backs going. It's just as Rodney and Wags talked about. But now we also got to look at the opponent, right? And when we go into Florida, I expect a very desperate Florida team. If we were playing Florida this week, I don't know if Lagway would play. But with 11 days or how many days we have, I do expect DJ Lagway to play. But could that be Billy Napier's last? I mean, if you pull up Florida's schedule, even after us, to me, them and OU have the craziest schedules the rest of the way. Florida's schedule after us, they play like half the top 10 still to come. That's after getting their ass whooped by Miami. Okay, so they're going to be looking at potentially 1-4. At that point, Lagway is already, we're coming up on, and this is one of the big questions is, if Lagway does not play in the Texas game, and they get boat raced like they did in DKR last year, let's say Billy gets canned. At that point, because of the redshirt rule, I would even probably look at DJ Lagway just redshirting. You could see potentially wholesale changes coming. They have one win so far this season versus Long Island, and they've lost 3 straight games. This is the game that Texas going in there. This could be, we look at those of you who watch wrestling, it's like loser leaves town type deal. This could be one of those situations that we are up against. And it's funny because I think there's 2 of them on our schedule. I think Florida's one of them. And I think Arkansas could potentially be one of them. Now, Arkansas has a very big game coming up. I believe they play Notre Dame this week. But I don't know if Coach Pittman, Sam Pittman's going to be around when they come to Austin. Because that loss they just suffered to Memphis was a nasty loss. That was a diabolical, horrible coach loss. So we'll see. What's up, AT? How you feeling, brother? Lagway. You know what's funny? Austin texted me last night and said, after DJ doesn't play against Florida and he does the red, because Austin's on board with the red shirt thing. And Austin told me, he's like, watch Lagway go to OU next year after Material leaves for the draft. You literally texted me that last night. So those of you who are here in the chat, he literally called that. He literally called that. But yeah, let me know what questions you guys have around Texas football. I want to start the conversation there. How are we feeling, right? A couple days removed from a 55-0 butt kicking. I think everybody needed that. I think the fan base, it looked like DKR was rocking on Saturday. I wish I was there. I think the fan base just needed, sometimes in basketball, you get those games. It's like, man, I just need to see the ball go in. I just need to know I still got it, right? And to see not just Arch hitting the layups. That was the most important thing, right? Stop missing the layups, the dirt balls, and all that. And he was shaky early. He was shaky. It was still guys kind of coming up and digging to catch the football, right? But for the most part, once he got into the entanglement with old boy, he was fired up and ready to go and play football after that, right? And I think the team responded with the appropriate energy, and it was cool to see. It was cool to watch. But what I was most encouraged by was when his confidence was there, Arch Manning, he started hitting the high-level throws. You started seeing him layer the ball with pace on some of those intermediate routes to DeAndre Moore. Obviously, the post shot, which he's always been gifted at on those deep shots, going back to last year, which is why we weren't the only ones excited about Arch, okay? The scouts were excited about Arch, and it wasn't just because of the name. I'm not going to say the name had nothing to do with it, but it wasn't just because of the name. It was because of what the boy was putting on film, okay? And I know it was Mississippi State. I know it was Monroe. I know it was Colorado State. I know it was UTSA. I don't care, okay? You make those type of throws on 7-on-7, people will take notice. And that's how he was balling last year when he got in the game. And we were seeing sprinkles of it. But then he was missing the layup stuff, and that's where it's like, whoa, what's going on? So to see him start to hit those, to see DeAndre back, we need that. Because I'm going to tell y'all right now, before I answer some of these questions, nobody's coming to save this offensive line. That's my concern. I do think Arch is going to have to be at a certain level week to week in the SEC, because I don't know if we're going to be able to run the football consistently, if our offensive line is going to give us the opportunity to run the football consistently against all of these defensive fronts that we will see. I still don't trust it. I still think there's limitations on this line. I like certain pieces on this line. I think there's opportunities for us to still find our best five. Nick Brooks might be one of those best five by the end of the year. I need violent people up there, because right now we still have too many people. Connor Stroh, who, God bless him, the work ethic, getting his body right, the development, these are all positive things. But right now, to me, he should be more of a supplemental, complementary, rotational player that helps you, not necessarily one of your best starting five. That's just what I'm seeing from the boy on film right now. This is just straight football, not trying to poke on anybody, but it's the reality of the situation, because one of the issues I had with Connor Stroh coming out of high school in his eval was I thought he had cement feet. He's big. I think he can play backwards and pass pro, and his pass pro grades, if you look at Pro Football Focus, are reflective of him being decent there. It's the run blocking stuff. It's the screen game stuff. It's getting out in space. One of the reasons why you have not seen Sark utilize screens the way that y'all would like to see, it's funny how we used to complain about screens, but we were one of the most efficient, highly run screen teams with Quinn. But that was because of the offensive line. That was because of Jake Majors. That was because of Hayden Conner. That was because of Kelvin Banks. Kelvin Banks is one of the best screen blocking tackles I've ever seen in space. We don't have those people right now. Trevor Goosby's playing very, very well. He's probably our highest graded player overall. But that's not the type of tackle that he is out in space. He's more of a gap, downhill, power type tackle, right? Same thing with some of the other folks on the offensive line right now. Brandon Baker's very good with pass pro. He's really struggling in run game. Really, really struggling with the physicality. The tight ends aren't helping a whole lot in terms of that aspect. So a lot of this is going to have to fall on Arch, on his legs, and moving the chains. Now, is our run game situation as poor? When I say run game, I'm saying minus quarterback run. Is it as poor as OU's? No. OU cannot run the ball to save their life outside of John Mateer. Okay, I've seen what I've needed to see. So we're not in that situation. I do think Trey Wisner coming back. I saw the questions that Rodney and Wags were taking about the running back, the kind of the pecking order and whatnot. I'd like to give Cedric Baxter all the time he needs. I've always been team conservative when it comes to Ced. I appreciate the warrior mentality, coming back, fighting his ass off just to be here, just to be with us. And he hasn't played bad, right? But he's also clearly not 100%. But the development of James Simon, I think Christian Clark, from when we first saw him to the last couple of weeks, I've seen growth. I see more confidence. I don't see him dancing as much. He looks to be have a little bit more burst, and he looks to be able to catch the ball out of the backfield. The more you can do, the more you can play, and the more full menu we are when you're on the offense and what Sark wants to do, right? Because if you're think about Jaden Blue last year. Half the time he was in the game, we were using him out of empty. So this also matters in terms of what type of offense we're running. If you're in there and you can only run and that's all you can do, you can't pass proc, you can't catch, then you're tipping your hand to the defense. And you're not as valuable to me as somebody that can do all three. So I do feel comfortable when Wisner's back against Florida, hopefully, that we will see at least some productivity, but I'm not counting on them. I don't think we can just count on them like we even did last year with Jaden Blue and Wisner and that combination of guys behind that offensive line in terms of run blocking. I don't think we're there yet. What's up, Cameron? How you doing, brother? No, the running back room, they're coming along though. They've played better ball the last couple weeks. So let me go back here. So does OU secondary scare you? No, I think there's food back there. I think Cam Coleman, Eric Singleton Jr., some of those guys exploited that. Auburn has a crash test dummy at quarterback by the name of Jackson Arnold. We can talk about how ridiculous the SEC officiating was in that game, which it was. How much OU benefited in that game. 14-point swings. We're talking about taking points off the board and obviously illegitimate touchdowns, which were clearly called out that the officials screwed it up, right? I don't understand why people are debating when a statement was made saying that the refs got it wrong by the officiating crew. Like, I stand with the people that's their job. Anyway, my greater point to that, though, when it comes to OU is that fan base right now is like, oh, well, we had record-breaking number of sacks, 12 sacks, blah, blah, blah. How many of those sacks, and yeah, they were getting pressure. They have one of the best defensive lines in the country. If you don't think OU has one of the best defensive lines, one of the best, maybe the best pass rush in the country, you're lying to yourself. We can't lie to ourselves about what we're seeing on film because we're going to have to play those guys. We need to have proper expectations and a plan for dealing with that pressure. And that's pressure that we are also familiar with because we go up against BV every year. He's not running anything different. He just has more mature personnel right now. However, how many of those sacks were coverage sacks or Jackson Arnold having -5 pocket awareness? Okay, there were sacks that he took in that game that were supposed to be touchdowns to Cam Coleman. There were shots that he missed to Cam Coleman. My thing is, one of the things that I've liked when we've played OU over the years, especially last year, Quinn Ewers, who was only sacked one time. We knew he was coming off of injury. He was battered, all those type of things. We had a great plan against OU's pressures to be aggressive against their aggressiveness. And then we were able to help him by running the football as well against that front. He was only sacked one time. He's not a mobile quarterback. So I know we can deal with it if we're using our minds upstairs. One thing with Arch, as much as Arch has struggled with all these different things, I do think if you look at even Ohio State, Arch has been good at avoiding sacks. Arch has not been getting sacked. Like, I have not seen him take Jackson Arnold sacks where he's standing there just completely oblivious to what's going on around him. I think Arch has been good about either getting the football out or scrambling to space and either running it himself and extending the play or throwing it. Now, has he been most accurate outside the pocket? No. But at least he hasn't I haven't seen Arch take on just these massive negative chunk plays the way that Jackson Arnold was. And Jackson Arnold will continue to do that. if I'm A&M, I want to see how many sacks A&M gets this week because Auburn's going to College Station. Like, that's a big problem because Auburn had everything else. The rest of the recipe was there to beat OU. OU had one legitimate touchdown the entire game. They won 24-17. The game was played in the teens the whole game. And Auburn's secondary, we have a better secondary than Auburn does. We have a better secondary than Auburn does, and we can match the athleticism that Auburn showed, where they started putting up some walls against John Mateer. Hey, we understand you're going to extend plays, but we're not going to let you we're not just going to let you get off and do whatever the hell you want to do. That did not happen on Saturday. So if I, as a Texas fan, and I said this at the top, we're coming in here ranked 10th now. OU's in front of us. A&M is in front of us. As a Texas fan, I feel like we got everything in front of us. There's not one thing on the list that we need to achieve that we cannot do. Where we're looking at this like, we can go and get. I don't mind being dogs against OU. That doesn't matter to me. I don't mind being dogs when we go to Dallas. I don't care if we're favored or not. I saw what I needed to see from that Auburn. Auburn put the blueprint out there. I thought Michigan's defense didn't do a terrible job either. They just didn't run their quarterback. Yeah, Jack injuries will be a big piece. The tight ends in general in the pass game will be a big part of that as well. And I think the one of the best cases for Texas, honestly, is going to Florida in 2 weeks because Florida's defense is solid. Florida's defense is solid. I think we need to be tested. We don't need any more G5 bump. We need to be tested. And I think Florida will be a good test, good reps for us. Our defense should be able to hold it down against whatever Florida deploys offensively. We know there will be desperation. As I said, Billy Napier at this point is most likely coaching for his job to avoid a midseason firing. He doesn't want to become the next, Deshaun Foster or what happened at Virginia Tech. But that it's getting there. And, your defense will be able to hold up. And you go into OU now knowing, okay, we're not just the guys that are able to bully G5 teams at home. Like, we know we can do this, right? And we still have so much experienced guys from playoff teams on this roster, especially on the defense. I don't think we've fully tapped in at all defensively. Now, it's a two-edged sword, or a double-edged sword, I should say, because on one end, I don't think we've tapped in at all. I just talked about earlier Anthony Hill, Colin Simmons, where they've been utilized, playing next to each other, all of the more advanced stuff that we saw as we went about the season when we played the better teams, where we saw some of the more nuanced stuff that PK runs, that he will run. We haven't seen any of that because we haven't needed to. I do think that there is legitimate concern, like, hey, y'all haven't gotten the most pressure, 11 sacks through 4 games. Like, even organically, just with a 4-man rush, it doesn't seem like the pass rush is popping like that. I get it. But on the other end, I do think another concern is we haven't played any veteran quarterbacks. We haven't played any high-octane schemes. We haven't. Ohio State had a hell of personnel, but we were playing a freshman QB, so it negated that. And the one time they put the ball in the air like that against Cardinal Tate, he did moss Jalen Gilbo. So we haven't been tested to that degree. I know some people disagree with me and say going on the road against Ohio State is a test no matter what. I'm talking about specifically for the defense in terms of what they had to deal with that day. Julian Saint's first football game, they were not going to feed him to the wolves like we thought. They weren't. And they didn't. They played a very old school Big Ten, Iowa, hand the football off 50 times type game. So, both ends. We haven't seen everything we want to see from PK yet in that defense. I think he's saving hella heaters and stuff. but we also haven't been tested. So I think it goes both ways. But what I do know is that there's plenty of experience. There's plenty of proven commodities on the defense. And I thought Rodney made a good point earlier about the interior defensive line they have been standing on business. Okay? Travis Shaw, Cole Brevard, Murad Watson, Hero Kanu, Alex January when he's played. They've been very, very good. Very encouraged with they are off to a much quicker start than like Tavea and Jermaine Lole and Bill Norton were when they got here. And those guys ended up getting up to speed with Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton, right? We ended up getting there last year. Shout out to Coach Baker. We got there last year. But the beginning of the year, even a little bit through non-con, it was we were giving some stuff up in the run game, especially before we really got it tied down, right? I've seen them from Ohio State be on it on the interior defensive line. That's not a concern for me. Andrew, he might do both. Andrew said Mateer will throw 4 touchdowns like Michael Penix to turn it over 3 or 4 times. That's the thing we have to respect with John Mateer, though, when we do play him, right? Is they're like, we can't just think that we're just going to completely shut them down all together. He's a great player to me. He has mechanical flaws. He's reckless. You will be able to get turnovers on him. I also think, they talk about his leg strength, his squats. It sounds a lot like Jalen Hurts to me, but I haven't seen people really put licks on him like that. And to the other person that asked about, I think it was Cameron earlier, about how sustainable is it to play that way in 8 games, or it was Andrew DeShazer, Andrew said, do you think Mateer holds up for the next 8 games in SEC? 20 carries a game is a ton. No, I don't. I don't think that's sustainable. Here's the thing, though, Andrew. We won't know that until later in the season. If you're Texas, you're really the next game, because he's not going to carry the ball 20 times against Kent State. They'll do whatever they need to do against Kent State to get out of there. They'll be very vanilla. They'll do whatever, just keep it base. So we're the next team. Yes, over the course of the 8 games, they still got to play Bama. They got to play LSU. They got to play South Carolina. They've got a lot. South Carolina, I believe, is the only unranked team that they have the rest of their way on their SEC slate. Every other team is ranked in the top 25. And shout out to my man Jay from Unfair Sports. He told me, he's a big OU fan. He told me that Missouri is a guaranteed win. They trying to get their lick back from last year. But by the way, Missouri's very underrated, and they're ranked. Eli Drinkwitz is not playing over there. So all of those games sound like wars to me. And if they cannot find a running game outside of that, and they're just totally reliant on John Mateer, I don't think that's sustainable. Even if he's playing by the end of the year, I think it'll look a lot like Sam Ehlinger in the Big 12, where he's got a rib injury, his shoulder's screwed up. He's still a warrior. He's still out there carrying the ball, and he's not even big like Sam. But y'all remember, Sam's usage was crazy, and he was never really truly fully healthy majority of his career. Even though he played these games, he was, he would miss some shallow crosses and stuff because his ribs were screwed up. I see the same thing with Mateer. I don't think that's sustainable at all. Because they also, Deion Burks is really good. Austin and I have talked about this all the time. Deion Burks is good. Isaiah Satania does not scare me. Jaren Kanak does not scare me. Kanak's having a good season at tight end, considering the move. I mean, 2 years ago, he was one of the best defensive players on the field. against us in the Cotton Bowl when they beat us. He had 13 tackles that day and a sack. Now he's their starting tight end. He's been solid. He's putting up great numbers. But they can't run the ball. Yes, PK will. I think PK's plan will be, I'll put it this way. Trey Moore, Brad Spence. Think of these names, okay? Trey Moore, Brad Spence, because you want to use Colin Simmons. You want to have him occupying a tackle on either side. Anthony Hill, I want him to stay in the middle, but I also want OU guessing on whether he's coming or he's playing coverage. But I have hybrid defenders who can either play off-ball linebacker or spy the quarterback. That's where Trey Moore and Brad Spence and the rotation and the ability to rotate these type of guys will be very, very key. The other thing is this too. When we go to some of our bigger sets, bringing a guy like a Jelani McDonald closer to the line of scrimmage, okay? Especially when OU likes to go up tempo, spread them out on 3rd and 2 and run some of that quarterback draw or quarterback delay. That's where Trey Moore, Jelani McDonald, and then you still have a Colin Simmons and an Anthony Hill on the field. You have athletes in what I call sections of the field. It's all about maintaining lane discipline. And you should be able, he will get his. He even despite all that, he will get some. But as long as you keep it limited and you're not letting him go crazy, I think that's the plan that they need to deploy. And then the last thing is, when the ball does come your way, and it will, take advantage. I don't want to see drop picks. I don't want to see a fumble because I can see it now. He runs on 3rd and 3. The ball pops out. It's rolling on the ground. Hey guys, sorry about that. I'm back on. I think had some difficulties on my end, but hopefully everybody can hear me. No, it's not you. Not it's feed is not frozen. It sounded like it was on my end, but we are back here. Any other Texas football questions before I go to. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, I don't think I'm muted. I'm showing audio here. But anyway, any other Texas football questions before I get to the Cowboys and that nonsense that we're putting on this week as we get ready to face the Green Bay Packers? Any other Texas football? I do want to say this, and I said this on my Bleacher Report feed yesterday, and I'm going to reiterate this. I love the way Michael Taft is playing. I love the way he's leading his secondary and his defense. I don't think that's been mentioned enough. We are playing him, and we're deploying him in this middle field safety type deal, and he's getting people lined up, and he's done a tremendous job of letting these other guys fly. So, yeah, I think guys like Taft, guys like Anthony Hill, some of the bigger names, right? I think the ramp's going to come in conference play. With when I say the ramp, I'm not saying that when I say ramp, I'm talking about the big plays, right? The interceptions, the splash plays, the sexy plays. But you know what? Right now, even them get my only nitpick that I had of the Texas defense. My only nitpick that I had of the Texas defense coming out of the Sam Houston State game was just the lone Jelani McDonald turnover. I you know, teams like that, I want to see you turn them over 4 or 5 times at least, and really be more disruptive. But I know that Texas, when they get into some of their stuff and they really want to get aggressive, they do have that ability to be disruptive, to get hands on ball. You know, Ethan Burke, right? You know, some of the packages we'll see him play in the 3 technique, running game and twist with Trey Moore, running game and twist with Colin Simmons. All that stuff is still on the table that we really haven't seen in spades yet. I mean, a lot of these guys only played 15, 16 snaps last game. Go look at their metrics. A lot of them only played 15, 16 snaps last game. So as they get more full-time work in the SEC, I do expect to see that ramp, especially with more consistent personnel on the field for the defense. I do expect to see that. But those numbers got to go up. I agree. Nahum said Texas defense needs more sacks, 11 total, none against Ohio State, 2 against UTEP. Yep. But you also got to consider, I've always said, with Ohio State, they only threw the ball 20 times. And a lot of those times it was on their terms. Very rarely did we get, when you go back and watch that film, how many true, legitimate pass rush opportunities did we get where they weren't throwing a screen or a quick hitter immediately after the ball snapped, right? Some of that is also you just being an intimidating presence and forcing an offense to be a shell of themselves from jump. But that's not going to be the case every week. We know that now, moving forward. So we need to see that productivity. Speaking of defense, is there anything that the Cowboys can do to not give up 30-plus points every week, hell of explosive plays every week, give up pass and run game? It just seems to me, and I want to use this, if y'all would allow me for a few minutes, I need to vent, because as a Cowboys fan, this Bears game was disgusting. I was at the Cowboys opener against the Giants, the home opener, I should say. And what a twist that was from the Eagles game, where it seemed like we were just playing this zone coverage and keeping everything in front of us, and Jalen Hurts was just running around looking like Lamar, moving the ball downfield anyway at will. But at least it was like, okay, we're adapting. Matt Eberflus is getting used to his personnel. We're finding our guys, blah, 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 right? And after that weather delay that first week, we started being, pretty disruptive, especially in the run game against Saquon. That went out the window in the Giants game. Malik Neighbors goes nuclear. Russell Wilson has a career day in the year of our Lord 2025. And then last week happens. Or this past Sunday happens. Caleb Williams looks like prime USC Heisman Trophy winning Caleb Williams again. And it's not that he was making these spectacular plays against blanket coverage and layering the ball in there perfectly. We're talking about dudes like Roma Dunze. We're talking about dudes like DJ Moore. But booty naked open in downfield. Luther Burden, but booty naked open downfield. And, one of my frustrations is the fact that we never even tried to pursue Ben Johnson, offensive guru from the Detroit Lions. We don't ever try to steal a concept or say, you know what, let's hop on board that trend and try to replicate that here. What if we gave Dak a Ben Johnson the way that Jared Goff had a Ben Johnson? Look what Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams is not even playing great ball per se. They're 1-2. But if you look at his numbers, just being in that system, it's night and day. It's night and day from, who they have last time, Shane Waldron. Some of these retreads around the league. And this isn't to take a shot at Brian Schottenheimer per se. I think Schotty's been fine. I think Dak has, looked as good as he's ever looked, honestly. All circumstances considered, what he has to work with. And Schotty's been fine, but he's not Ben Johnson. And I think you saw there's levels to this on Sunday. But then you get into the whole Matt Eberflus thing, and the amount of Jags that are running out there on the Cowboys defense that can't get a lick of pressure, that struggle to tackle in the open field, that can't play coverage, they don't communicate. Some of the worst pre-snap communication you will ever see is from the Dallas Cowboys. It's embarrassing. And now we got the Micah Bowl coming up, Sunday Night Football here in Arlington. And it's all of the glitz and glam that the Jones family wants. All the eyeballs and attention are going to be on them, win or lose. It's exactly what they want. They're going to have the camera on Micah 24/7. They're going to show Micah pregame. They're going to show him trying to dap up Dak. Probably not going to have, not probably. We're not going to have CeeDee Lamb. So we're going into a game where it just sucks knowing as an offense you have no margin for error at all. If you stall just a little bit, you're getting blown out. Like every week to win, it's going to have to be like the Giants, where you have to score 40. Think about it. Like this past week, NFL teams aren't scoring like this. Like the Vikings put up 48 points. What was that? The Vikings put up 48 points with defensive touchdowns, fumbles, guys running it back. Like it was chaos. Like Brian Flores created chaos for Jake Browning and the Cincinnati Bengals. And they put up 48. Last night, great football game, heavyweight fight. Detroit Lions, Baltimore Ravens in Baltimore on the harbor. Detroit goes in there and puts up 38. We had to score 40 to win the one win we have. And something tells me we're going to have to be very close to that metric, if not at that point total, to have a chance against Green Bay. A Green Bay team that's already coming off of a sorry-ass loss to the Cleveland Browns. And I'm not saying Green Bay is perfect, but they've shown at least 2 out of 3 weeks that they are a contender. And we know what happened the last time Green Bay came to Dallas. God bless. You know what though? I am going to start my boy Matthew Golden in fantasy this week without fear. I think my boy is going to get in the end zone for the first time in his career on Sunday. You know, you just got to try to find the silver linings in these things because it's not going to come from expecting to win football games and contend for the NFC East this year. I don't see the vision anymore. I actually had this team before the season. Foolishly, I was like, you know what? I could see him getting to 10 games because that's what we've been under Dak Prescott. People make all these jokes and talk about, you know, that's always the litmus test of who knows ball is where they fall on the Dak Prescott conversation for me. But historically, our floor with Dak has been that 9-10 win area. That's our floor when he's healthy. And I think so far with the run game that he's been complimented with, it's been very encouraging. Even the Bears game, I know we only scored 14 points. Some of that was situational. Javonte Williams fumbles early in the game. We had 2 interceptions that happened in the end zone. But we're moving the ball up and down the field, right? They got into some situations where they had to be very, very desperate because the game literally was getting away with all these explosives that the defense was giving up. But if you look at the tape, they're moving the ball up and down the field. I'm not worried about the Cowboys' offense, and that's even after CeeDee Lamb got hurt. They were still moving the ball up and down the field. But this is a different animal, and Jadeveon Clowney isn't enough to save us. I think he'll help. I think he's better than what we have, but it's bad. They need a corner. They need. I mean, I know people are talking about, well, you know, Siobhan Ravel's eventually going to come back. You know, Deron Bland's going to come back. Like, all these guys are injured or coming back from injury. And then the people that are healthy are the guys like Reddy Stewart who are fringe NFL players. Those are like our health. The Trequazi Bridges of the world. The Trequazi Bridges of the world. This is who we have covering Luther Burden. This is who we have covering. Malik Hooker couldn't find DJ Moore if a pitcher was slapped on his right hand of DJ Moore. He still couldn't locate him. I mean, it's... Anyway, thank you for giving me the latitude here on this space to at least work through that and vent through that, because it's been frustrating. It's been frustrating. Does anybody have Dallas winning and beating Green Bay on Sunday and pulling the upset? Does anybody? Please raise your hand and speak. Now, I do know, you know, part of me is also like, the most Dallas thing ever would be for them to somehow, some way upset Green Bay and then lose to Carolina. Carolina just boat raced Atlanta, by the way, 30-0. What a scripted week for the NFL, by the way. Block kicks galore across the league. The Browns beating the Packers. Just a very, very chaotic week for the NFL this week. Just absolute chaos. The Eagles win in the most Oklahoma Soonerish way I've ever seen. Austin texted me and said, "What happened in Philly?" I said, "Sooner magic." JB. Yeah, Caleb was dotting us up. Just like Dak was dotting up your Giants, bro. How you doing, my brother? Just like Dak was dotting up your New York Giants. JB, are y'all starting Jackson Dart this week, my brother? Is this the week we see Jackson Dart? Speaking of Ole Miss, anybody see the story of one Whit Weeks, superstar linebacker maybe not superstar, star linebacker from the LSU Tigers. Is now dating Landry Kiffin, daughter of one Lane Kiffin. A week ahead of they hard launched their relationship right before the game. Gen Z moves different. Gen Z moves different. They are shameless. Right before the game. I already saw Lane post a picture this morning on his Twitter. I don't know if he already has a reality TV show, but if he doesn't, he needs one. Him and that whole that because that's craziness. Right, JB, you're hilarious because y'all let Russ throw for 450. Now, yeah, you're right. You're probably right. He probably would have already been benched by now if not for the Dallas game. Russ got like 2 or 3 weeks of mileage out of that game. If your quarterback, like this week, my boy has Jordan Love, I'm like, that's an automatic start. Anybody playing Dallas moving forward is an automatic start. 2 of my fantasy teams, I have Lamar Jackson and Caleb Williams is on my bench. And Lamar is the number one, at least in that league, he's like the number one ranked player in fantasy. Like he's put up consistent points every single week. And Caleb had 40 last week in the Dallas game. It was crazy. Like Caleb was actually the proper start even over Lamar last week somehow. Like it'll be Jordan Love. I'm gonna have my boy go out on the waiver wire. Just go ahead and pick up Bryce Young now. Go ahead and get him now. Get him on the bench. So when they play Dallas, you can start Bryce Young against Dallas and get 25 to 30 points in fantasy. Just putting y'all on game. That's free game. Just for being here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Listen to Fanatic Perspective. By the way, you can find me on YouTube, Fanatic Perspective. Steven is what I go by. My government name, if you will. But I enjoy talking ball. Texas sports. As you can see in the back, I'm also a Spurs fan. But I'll save my NBA talk for my friend Patrick Davis whenever I'm on Open Gym with him. That's when we normally talk ball as fellow Spurs fans. But no, it's good being here in this environment, being able to fill in with some great people on a great platform. Talking ball on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Ashley said defense and offense are holding back to the OU game. Trust. I hear you, sis. I really think when we say holding back, again, we're talking about some of those more advanced heaters, some of those more advanced looks, right? We had one big game at the end of August, and we've really been able to kind of chill. OU's played essentially two big games, 2 wars, really, right? Because Michigan, Auburn, now they were at home, but they've had to show a lot to win those games. There's a lot they've had to put on film. Now, I also am of the impression, not just the impression, but I know for a fact that OU does Texas install every single week, no matter what, until they play us. Starting in spring ball or starting in summer ball, excuse me. They do they're prepping for Michigan. They have a 15-minute Texas period because that's how bad they want to beat us. So I expect them to have some wrinkles as well, but I'm glad we get to play Florida in this scenario to really get to get some good bump. get out of the G5 stuff. We saw what we needed to see against Sam Houston State. Now getting on the road, I want to see our kicking game on the road again. More, when I say kicking game, more so thinking about the field goal kicking. Want to see Arch get his first road win. Seeing a Manning winning in the Swamp be a big deal. If you know, you know. So yeah, I want to see. How all those things work out. Yeah, Caleb Williams was dotting us up though. That was crazy. Who had the Colts being amazing this year? I didn't. Not amazing. I thought the Colts would be solid. I like their weapons. But when you looked at all the clips the media was showing us of Daniel Jones versus Anthony Richardson, it was like disgusting. It also goes to show, I mean, Daniel Jones is this year's Sam Darnold so far, right? It goes to show, like, he actually went to Minnesota after he was let go from the Giants. And these QB reclamation projects, we saw Geno Smith go through this. These guys that get out of New York, and it's like, oh, everything is their fault. Is it? Because Daniel Jones looks very comfortable with Shane Steichen. Very comfortable. And the weapons are there. I mean, Jonathan Taylor right now is probably the top running back in the league right now this year, so far this season. They've got a monster at tight end. I couldn't believe people let Tyler Warren fall to 14 to them. He's out here rocking Dallas Clark's number. They got Alec Pierce. They got Michael Pittman. They got Adonai Mitchell. They got Josh Downs. Then the back plus Danny Dimes. It's crazy how a guy can have two vicious nicknames in his career. Danny Dimes, and now he's Indiana Jones. Went from Danny Dimes to Indiana Jones. That's crazy. Carson Wentz looks serviceable. I mean, Carson Wentz has been on a different team every single year. But, yeah, even in Minnesota, he looks solid. Can we hear a Florida game points guess this week and get your updated number next week, or are you going to hold off for now? I think with the Florida thing, honestly, I could see that game being kind of similar to the Miami game. The Miami game was, 26-7 or something like that? I could see Texas 23-10, something like that in the Swamp. If you had to hold me against it right now. But I could also see Texas. I could also see that game getting away from Florida too. But right now, just because we haven't seen the offense cook yet on the road, and it's different. And I've been saying this throughout this show. Florida will be desperate. Florida will be desperate. Is there a QB controversy in Minnesota? We need to see when the defense isn't going crazy, Wags. So, because JJ was terrible, especially in week 2. JJ was terrible. But they've invested so much into him. I know he'll get another opportunity. But at the same token, it's like when you have that type of defense and you have an offense with Justin Jefferson and Naylor, eventually Jordan Addison's going to come back from suspension. Aaron Jones has just went on IR. Jordan Mason was cooking. You just want to be able to. You got to do what Sam Darnold did. Just get the ball to playmakers. And JJ's 130 yards passing, 150 yards passing with that group's not cutting it in the league. This ain't Michigan, brother, where you can hand the ball off 50 times and then throw on play action. This is not Michigan. I don't know if Lagway is playing though. We got to see. He's booted right now. My mind goes to if we were having to play them on Saturday, if we had to play this Saturday, I'd say probably not. But with the amount of time we have, with it being a bye, I expect them to play. But if he doesn't play and Florida gets boat raced, then he's probably getting redshirted. And if the coach gets fired, because that's the case, right? If the coach gets fired, you're pretty much in the portal. Now all of a sudden you have a massive free agent out there at quarterback in the open market. I feel like that's what we're about to see. Because Billy's going to be coaching Saban shop. They cannot lose 4 straight games. Once South Florida happened, it was like, oh no, the sky is falling, guys. Sky's falling in Gainesville, folks. Florida's schedule the rest of the way is beyond a gauntlet. Let me pull this up real quick because I think it's worth Oh, thank you, Jose. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, Jose Rodriguez. Now we're gonna pull up Florida's schedule if because I'm not joking when I say that they're cooked. Starting with us. All right. If we can get that on there real quick for the folks. Lagway has health issues, man. Just is what it is. Well, while I'm waiting for the producer to put the schedule up, they go, this is Florida's schedule, rest of the way. I'm just going to read it. Oh, there we go. Texas, so this is, because they're a bye week just like us, right? So they got us first week of October. Following week, they go to Kyle Field. And it's good right now, folks. I mean, we can hate and talk and make fun of them all we want to. They're very good right now. So they go play the 10th team. They just played Miami, who's the 4th team. LSU, the week before, was the 3rd team. Then they played Texas, the 10th team. They go at A&M. Mississippi State's no joke. Okay, now they do get, Mississippi State is at home. That's their homecoming game. Then they get their second bye. Oh, yeah, and then you have the world's largest outdoor cocktail party in Jacksonville against number 5, Georgia Bulldogs. Then you go at Kentucky, which is no pushover. At Ole Miss. Then you got to finish your season with Tennessee and Florida State coming to the Swamp. You tell me who has a harder schedule than this. You tell me. Tell me who has a harder schedule than that.
What's good?
What's up, fellas?
How's it going, man?
How y'all doing?
Oh, it's another Tuesday bye week, so not a ton to look forward to, but I don't know. We got some good games we'll be watching on Saturday.
It's a lot of good ball this Saturday coming up. A lot of good ball this Saturday. We got Georgia versus Bama. We got Auburn A&M. We got Notre Dame, Arkansas. I mean, it's a ton of games.
TCU, Arizona State on a Friday.
On a Friday, yeah, that's gonna be lit.
Yeah,
on a Friday, yeah.
Should be good.
I was just telling the folks about Florida's disastrous schedule the rest of the way. You know, it seems like they play the entire top 10.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not good for them. I sound like I'm in a cave.
Yeah, we're getting some crazy echo here.
All right, hold up. I'm gonna leave and grab my AirPods real quick.
I think it's not you, maybe.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and when Jordan comes back, I'm gonna go ahead and head out. How you doing, Pedro?
Well, welcome to a little crosstalk on the Lone Star Playbook before me and Jordan get going here. Yeah, as you were mentioning, you know, the deep Florida schedule. I got Texas, and then immediately after is
A&M.
A&M, that's right. And we'll see if Napier even makes it to that A&M game. But I would imagine it takes 3 out of the next 5 looking at this schedule. And I think that's almost impossible when you look at Texas at A&M, you know, Mississippi State, Georgia, Kentucky. You know, Mississippi State and Kentucky are winnable games, but I'm not so sure about Mississippi State at this point.
Yeah, the thing that I think makes Florida the most like totally fucked is they don't have like a clear guy to turn to when they fire Billy. There's no clear interim. The like Jabbar Jalouk maybe, but he just got suspended for swinging on LSU players. He also has never been a head coach of anything other than high school. He's never been an interim. And then you have the DC, Ron Roberts, who's a dumbass, who I think he was fired by the time he started covering Baylor. But I had to cover him when I covered Baylor. Horrendous recruiter, horrendous coach. Can't believe they hired that dude. And he's never been a head coach either. So, like, I think they can wait until November to fire Billy just because at least they're going to be competitive with him. If you fire him, you have half the team going in the portal, and you have guys who have never been an interim. They're going to be uncompetitive. So if I'm Florida, if I'm Scott Strickland, I'm waiting till like mid-November, late November to can his ass just because it's going to make the most sense. And Florida fans, I mean, it just sucks the next 2.5, 3 months. I don't know if I'd even be watching games if I was them. So, yeah. But
all right, peace out.
All right, we'll see you. Well, do we still have an echo?
We do not. I think it was all him. I don't hear one anymore. So I think we're all good on that end. But yeah, welcome to the Lone Star Playbook here on a Tuesday. Texas heading into the bye week after a huge win that showcased the offense and once again the defense against Sam Houston State. As you could hear from the student section all game, I think I got my swagger back, said Arch Manning. And just about everyone else on that team. Jordan, I mean, you know, I'm sure you had a chance to talk about it on the hour yesterday. But as we start this conversation, biggest takeaway from Saturday's victory?
The ball is going through the net again for Arch Manning. That's the biggest takeaway, I think. Defense is great. Again, defense has been great throughout the season. So, yeah, I'd really just say, I mean, biggest takeaway, Arch Manning looks, you know, the best he's looked up to this point in the season. And it's good, you know, good vibes going into the bye week, some confidence to go into the bye week with. And speaking of going into the bye week, or actually, I don't know, is there a takeaway you want to hit on first?
No, just go for it.
I was saying, so speaking of going into the bye week, yesterday it was released DJ Lagway is in a boot again. I believe Fanatic Perspective was just talking about that, but he's in a boot again. He should, according to someone that Swamp 24/7 spoke with. They spoke with someone close to Lagway. He should be good to go by the time Florida plays Texas. Florida also has a bye week this weekend, so getting some time off, but very interesting. If you remember last year, Lagway did not play versus Texas. It was Aiden Warner, I believe.
It was, yeah.
That game was over almost as soon as it started. So, again, it's in the swamp, a little bit different, but I don't know, with or without Lagway. I mean, you like the Horns if the offense shows up like it did with Sam Houston. Obviously, it's not gonna, be as easy to move the ball downfield, but I don't know. I mean, Florida is kind of going through similar problems that Texas was earlier in the year, where the defense is great, but they can't get off the field because the offense can't move the ball. Or the offense throws the ball to the other team. Texas hasn't had, obviously as bad as turnover problems as Florida's had, but they have a really, really, really good defense. And they're still playing hard. They're still playing tough, even though they know their coach is going to be gone by the time the portal opens, So with Florida, I mean, I think it'll be kind of a rock fight for a little bit, but I mean, there's a low bar for Texas's offense to get over compared to Florida's offense, So I don't know. Any thoughts on Lagway or Florida going into the bye?
Yeah, I mean that defense in Florida has looked not terrible. I don't have many thoughts on the offense, and I don't think it's something that'll really get solved. But they have some time to think things over in terms of a game plan. The defense is really looked good, even against Miami. I thought that was the worst offensive game that Miami has had so far, and I really thought they stifled LSU. I mean, without those picks, that's a tie ball game. At the worst, you take away 3 of them, Florida wins that game probably pretty comfortably. So this is, obviously the second best defense that Texas will have played once they get to Gainesville on October 4th. And you're going to have CJ Baxter and Trey Wisner back most likely. So this offense, for the first time this season, really the first time since the Ohio State game, will be full strength. You'll have both of your starting running backs. You'll have DeAndre Moore on the field. The entire receiving core is there. There's no injuries on the offensive line anymore. So Texas should be going into Gainesville 100%.
Yeah. I mean, the health will be important going into SEC play. And you also got to remember who Texas plays the following week, the Sooners in Dallas. So going to be big to head into Fair Park 4-1 second weekend of October.
An interesting thing about Florida right here. They only have 3 sacks on the season. This was a really interesting stat, and I'm very surprised. Arch Manning has been able to avoid pressure a good amount, but with the defensive lines that he's played the last 3 weeks, that should be heavily expected. If he can take advantage of another pass rush that can't really close out, I think we're looking at another big game rushing for him. This is going to be a tough defense to beat over. Those South Florida DBs and all the guys they have there. That's a great unit. So I would be very interested to see how quick is Arch Manning willing to get out, because he has not been shy the last 3 weeks.
Yeah. I wasn't able to watch Florida Miami just because I was heading down to DKR for the Texas game, but that is very interesting that they do only have 3 sacks, especially because like that LSU game, I mean, they were amazing. They only let LSU's offense score 13 points because one of those touchdowns is a pick 6. And that's why whoever that media member was asked Brian Kelly, like, what the hell's wrong with this offense? And he lost his shit. But through 4 games, Florida has beat Long Island 55-0, lost to South Florida 18-16, beat LSU 20-10, or lost LSU 20-10, and lost to Miami 26-7. The Miami game, Again, did not get to watch any of that, but I've seen a lot of people on Twitter talking about it, and I've seen some videos. Carson Beck, did you notice anything with him? Apparently, arm strength looks down.
Yeah, I mean, there was something that looked off in that Miami offense for sure. And to me, it was more of a credit to Florida because I do think that Miami has one of the most complete offenses in the country, maybe the most at this point. And they really weren't able to get things going. Like, I know they ended up putting up 23, 26 points, whatever it was in that game. One of those was kind of trash time. It was 13-7 for most of that game. And like I said, I mean, Miami could not move things past about the 40-yard line. They could get past midfield, but they really just couldn't string together more than 2 or 3 big plays on a drive. It seems like we're talking about, how Texas would be able to stifle Miami's offense right now. But this is more talking about, Florida has shown up. Like I said, they've shown up. I'm not saying it's going to be a low-scoring game in Gainesville in a couple weeks here, but Texas has to readapt after only putting up 7 points against an elite defense. Is Florida's defense on the same level as Ohio State? Probably not. But look for them to really open things up.
Yeah, either they haven't made a line on this game or spread yet, or if they have, it's not showing up on ESPN. But I'm looking at this game on ESPN on like the matchup preview or whatever. For the matchup predictor section, Texas 76.7%, Florida 23.3% chance of winning, according to ESPN Analytics.
Yeah, Texas always so high in in FPI rankings, and that helped their chance on ESPN. Just about every game. I can't remember the last. I think even against Ohio State, Texas was more than 55% ahead. And I think that's been the case for just about every single game over the last 2 or 3 years now. And I'm not surprised at all that Texas gets that much of a boost, whatever you said, 76%. Just given that, Texas, produces turnovers at a higher clip than almost anyone. We haven't really seen that to that level at this point in the season. But it seems like they were going for 3 and outs more than they were going for picks and fumbles, at least in the last 2 games. If you can force 2 or 3 turnovers against an SEC team, you're probably going to win the game. And Jake said, 6.5, 7.5. Texas going to be favored by a touchdown, probably heading into the week. By the time we get there, especially if the status of Lagway is kind of unclear, I'm pretty confident that he will be playing. But if he's, got that something on his leg, we saw last year when he had the little stopper in his hamstring. He's had a few different contraptions over the last few years. And although he kind of excelled with that little stopper for his hamstring, those are hard things to keep going. And he, talked about it. That was tough to play with. If he has to play with another contraption on his leg against a pass rush that is as fast as Texas, things are not going to end well for Florida.
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people online saying TJ should redshirt and, preserve time or eligibility so he has 3 seasons to play after this year. But, as smart as I think that is for his future, he's not going to do that.
No.
He knows he's the reason Billy Napier was allowed to come back in 2025, and I don't think he's going to quit on his team. That's not very Willis, Texas of him, the way he was raised, everything he's ever been about. I think it'd be very surprising if it were to come out that he's redshirting or something and there isn't a serious, medical reason for it that has made him sit out. And as far as the injuries go with him, like, it's fascinating. If I'm Florida, and, we obviously know we'd have to replace the coach and find a new coach to replace Napier. But, like, one of the most important things I'd look at, strength and conditioning, nutrition, and just whoever the hell your medical staff is and your SAC staff. Because Lagway didn't have any major injuries at Willis that at least I know of. And the way they went about his recruitment process is very calculated. It was very smart. They took every visit and they, went about it in a true process. They would not have played him through a major injury at Willis either. So how did this start happening? Because Lagway has always been humongous. He's always been a big guy. It's not like they put too much weight on him and expected him to be the same athlete like with what happened with Jordan Whittington and Tom Herman, where they put so much weight on him and then expected him to test and run the same, pushed him to do that. And some bodies just take longer to adjust than others. It's not a situation like that. So how did we get here where in 2 years at Florida, Lagway's missed however many games or has had to wear a boot however many times or has had to miss however many days of practice? How did this happen? Because he's the star. He's a franchise for them. And your franchise player, I mean, you're already weak with him. He threw 5 picks for LSU. But, without him, you can't even compete. How did they get here? So I think whoever the Florida brass is needs to take a long look in the mirror and figure that out, because I really think they need to tear this whole thing down to the studs. I don't know who it is that can come in and fix that program. First call would be Dan Lanning, make him say no. And I mean, I've seen them throw Marcus Freeman, Lane Kiffin, some of these names out there, maybe John Sumrall.
It's John Sumrall. It's going to be John Sumrall or Ryan Silverfield or maybe Fran Brown. I think Brent Key is a guy that they take a look at here. I'm not sure if Fran Brown is the fit. And I do think – I want to preface this by saying I think Fran Brown is a great coach, and I think he is one of the biggest rising stars in the country. I do think that someone is going to maybe make a vibe move with him because the vibes are up with Fran Brown. I mean, you look at Syracuse, they're having fun down there. He's making them run sprints after they win games.
Did you see what he said about the Clemson D-line the week before that game?
I don't think I did.
They were like, Coach, probably the best D-line you're playing. How do you plan to stop them? He's like, man, those motherfuckers are nice. Those motherfuckers is nice. And then they beat the shit out of Clemson in Clemson after a rain delay.
Absolutely steamrolled them.
Hey, shout out to Jonte Cook. Redemption story. I've seen some Texas fans be like, he should have never left, or Texas misses him. This is a very intricate situation. It was best for him to be out of the city of Austin, Texas, and probably out of the state of Texas, to be honest with you. But I'm happy for him. A lot of people said a lot of things. Full story still hasn't come out yet. He's still writing it. So excited for him. And, hey, Jonte's draft eligible after this year. This is year 3 he's been in college. If he can continue doing this, I mean, he might get selected in April, seriously. If not, he's going to be one of, if not the highest paid receivers in the portal.
Yeah. I would imagine he's back in the SEC if he's not, in the NFL next year. Will he be back at Texas? Probably not. Take the under on that. Time mentioned interested with Texas. He's down a quarterback for the rest of the year with Steve Angeli going down with a torn Achilles. It is now Ricky Collins at Syracuse, the Baton Rouge-born former LSU quarterback who actually played a little bit last year in relief of Garrett Nussmeier when LSU brought in Michael Van Buren from Mississippi State, who started there last year. Ricky Collins hit the portal, went straight to Syracuse, did not win the starting job, but now after 4 weeks, he's going to get a chance. And didn't really get to show off a ton on Saturday because they were already up a good amount when Angeli went down with that Achilles injury. But Syracuse offense has looked better as the weeks have gone on. The passing attack has been pretty good so far. And I would imagine that Jonte is probably it seems like he's the number 2 target there. And the ACC, you can put up a ton of yards and have a really solid season as the number 2 receiver for Syracuse. Looking at the teams that they play, there's no elite defenses in the ACC at this point. Maybe Miami.
I mean, Miami when they want to play,
right.
But that's, you're correct. Clemson has that potential, but they have not played like it at all this year.
Yeah, even Florida State and GT, have kind of proven that you can score on them, and it's not been slouches. The only team that Florida State has given up legitimate points to is Alabama, And the only one that Georgia Tech is, I mean, that's not true. Georgia Tech gave up, I think, about 20 to Colorado, and then 24 to Clemson. And Clemson has a great offense when they want to get it going. And Colorado's is not good. I'm not going to pretend like that. But what I'm trying to get at here is you can score 20 on just about any team in the ACC. There's no one that really looks untouchable at this point, even in Miami.
Yeah, and I think with Fran Brown, I mean, obviously last year was really impressive. Year one in Syracuse, they won 10 games the first time in like 6 or 7 seasons. But what's most impressive about what he's done this year in this season is the fact that his entire roster got pillaged in the transfer portal. His best receiver, Trevor Pena, he plays at Penn State. His best defensive player, Murad Watson, he plays at Texas. His quarterback is now in the NFL, Kyle McCord.
Rondé Gaston also in the NFL. That roster, I think they lost north of 16, maybe 17 starters from last year. It might have been more than that. It might have been 20. They went in with only, I think, maybe 2 or 3 returning starters. And for that, knowing that, Syracuse had a good year so far. That game against Tennessee was a complete feel-out game. I mean, you could say that it was the same thing for Tennessee with a pretty new offense, new targets, and especially Joey Aguilar in his first game as the starter. But Syracuse has shown some improvement. I can't believe we're talking about them right now.
No, hey,
I'm not a team that's playing.
I'm a Fran Brown fan. Speaking of what CB said, is Fran Brown the one he doesn't shower when he loses? But he won this week, so he's squeaky clean. You think when he was heading out of Death Valley, he shut Dabo's water off? So you're stinking this week.
I think you could be right. Yeah.
Shit, Clemson might do that. I mean, he's 1-3 for the first time since before he got there. Not good for Clemson. And the craziest thing is just going and seeing what their beat writers and everyone is writing. They're all pissed off. And sometimes you don't realize how good you have it until you go 1-3, so I don't know.
And I'm usually the one to call for the head coach's job, earlier than anyone. But I am fully in agreement with everything that Dabo has said over the last 10 days or so. Do you not like winning? Because if you don't like winning, go ahead and get rid of the guy. I mean, he has won 8 out of the last 10 ACC championships. They've been in the national title picture for a dozen years now, if not more. They've, between Lawrence and Deshaun, and they almost had it with DJU. There have been some names that are synonymous with the last 20 years of college football that have played there. And if you go pick up a Sumrall or a Silverfield or Brent Key or someone like that, it's not going to happen instantly. Dabo has created a culture there that is synonymous with Clemson. Their program is built in the name, image, likeness of Jesus Christ, as he once said. This is a team that you're not going to replicate with any other coach. If Dabo was on the market, it would last all of about 10 seconds. I mean, this guy could go coach at all but about 5 programs in the country. I really do think that if he was fired, you're getting some big name programs to reconsider their head coach. So,
I don't know
if he ends up at Oklahoma State after this year or Virginia Tech, it's going to be a crime. I mean, this guy should be coaching in the SEC or the Big Ten if he's not at Clemson next year.
Wow, Turbo, big Dabo fan.
The thing is, I'm not. But who has a better track record?
I get what you're saying.
And you can include Kirby and the top dogs. Franklin, Marcus Freeman, Dabo has a better track record than anyone in the country at this point.
Okay, I understand that, but the thing that pisses so many people off, Clemson was quite literally projected to win the national championship or playing it by.
It's been a terrible season, but
And with Dabo, everything he's saying is true. They won. They had a 10-win season, however many of the last 10 seasons, whatnot. The way he's presenting it is so bad. it's like he's like talking down to the Clemson fan base. Like, do you know who the fuck I am? Almost, you know what I mean? So I understand their frustration. I understand his frustration with them. Like, yeah, I'm having a bad year. We have them every now and then. I've also done this, this, and this. None of that matters. They want to win now. They don't care about the last 10 years. Thank you, Dabo. It was great. And, like, I get what you're saying. Yeah, he could have success at these other schools. Let's say Florida hires Lane Kiffin and almost does a complete 180 from Lane Kiffin. They go get Dabo. No one is hiring Dabo until he guarantees them, I will use the transfer portal. I will actually pay players and, use that as a legit thing. And Dabo, this is Ole Miss. You're not running this whole religious deal anymore. Like, we're down south. We love that part about you. But you cannot make that the whole principle and face of the program. This is not Clemson. It's different. If he can check all those boxes, he will work somewhere else and have success. But he's going to have to check those boxes or no one's hiring him. Just think about this. His buyout, I believe, is in the $70 million range. It's pretty expensive. Let's say you're Alabama and DeBoer does horrible and they fire him this year. Is the guy you're going to go get to save the sinking ship Dabo Swinney? It ain't me. That's not who I'd get if I'm Bama.
I think you have to take a really long look at that because I think I'm glad you brought Alabama up. I think there's a ton of value in Alabama just tearing the whole thing up and starting over with an elite head coach. I mean, obviously, you go back a year and a half. This is not the guy they would have end up with. I think even at this point, Kiffin might have been better. But to have that search again, you got to know who you're going for. And I think the only way you do it is if Dabo becomes available. And at this point, I don't think he will. I think Clemson is going to ride it out with him. I was just saying, I think they'd be stupid to not do that.
Yeah. As I said, Dabo is a new Mac Brown, no X's and O's, and lives off motivation. Also stubborn and hard to change. Like, this is it. He didn't adapt. Adapt or get left behind. Another question. Where is this? CB said the Texas offer Lagway. No, they never did. Never really recruited him. He was also in the cycle behind Arch Manning. Right. And Texas knew they weren't going to be able to get a big name, and things just never really clicked. Texas and Lagway were never on the same page.
Well, let's stay right there with Texas quarterback recruiting. I'm sure you talked about it on the show just a little bit yesterday. And take a little deep dive into the number one quarterback in Texas, Kavian Bryant, a week removed from a visit to Texas Tech, and I believe 3 weeks removed from a visit to Florida State, the two biggest contenders in his recruitment at this point. He sees Texas on Saturday and sees their best performance to date. And Jordan, you were able to catch up with him and talk about that visit. So what'd you get out of that?
Yeah. Got in Saturday morning, left Sunday evening, afternoon, night, whatever you want to call it. It went well. Whenever I was down on the field and warm-ups and, walking through the bellies of the stadium as the team's coming through and they have their recruits right there, they had him first in line and everything. Obvious red carpet treatment. His two little brothers, Caden and Kobe, they got a Kobe Bryant in that family, and his two parents were there. Looked like they were having a good time and talking with him after. He didn't go super in depth. Kavian never really says much on record, but it was in depth. They got to meet with Sark and Milwee a lot on Sunday. They went through his film, what they like, what they don't like, what they want to see him improve on. And, so still working towards a late October decision, probably on or around Halloween. And it's Texas, SMU, Florida State, Texas Tech, and he might go see Colorado. Don't know about that. Believe he's either at SMU this weekend or next weekend, and then he'll be done taking visits before the commitment. The important things, NIL, he's a top player. It's important for everyone. And playing time. He's a quarterback. Only one can play at a time. Makes a lot of sense. And Texas Tech and Florida State are, quicker path to the field, and they have, more of their cap to offer. more of their budget to offer than Texas does. You got to remember, Texas, they have Arch Manning, KJ Lacey, and Diabell set to be on that team next year, and Trey Owens. That's not a cheap QB room.
No.
Florida State's QB room, Texas Tech QB's room isn't even half. It's a third of the cost of those guys. You got to budget it out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think Tech's QB room is getting close to that. That expensive. I would assume the Baron Morton is making much more than people expect. And I think after Saturday, Will Hammond probably gets a raise to make sure that he doesn't hit the portal.
Baron Morton is definitely making seven figures. He's at least making a mil. But Hammond, I would strongly believe, is six figures, and he's not going anywhere. Kid's a Hutto Hippo, former Juice kid, raised the right way. Mormon, his superpowers activated in Utah. Me and the group chat were going crazy with that one. But
I remember that
he's not going anywhere. He's locked in with Tech. A&M tried to flip him late in the cycle. He had wanted nothing to do with him, wasn't picking up the phone. He's not going anywhere. But with Kavian Bryant, I just think it's going to be really hard for Texas to win this one. I think they did, shot their best shot, gave it their best effort this weekend, but I'm still kind of looking around like, hey, who are, they going to end up offering once Kavian Bryant goes elsewhere? Because that's what I'm expecting. Now, if he does end up at Texas, I mean, hell yeah. I love Diabell. I think he's great. And, while he's ranked about 30 spots lower than Diabell, I mean, I think Kavian Bryant is just as good. The thing with Kavian, he's playing 3A competition, and he's the best athlete on the field in every game he plays. So it is unfair. It's like whenever Terry Bussey killed 2A competition, except Kavian Bryant can throw a post yard or a post route 60 yards down the field on the money, and Terry Bussey was a run-first quarterback. So it's unfair. He dominates his competition like he's supposed to. And he plays, this backyard brand of football, kind of Johnny Manziel-esque. He's going to have to learn to play in structure and in a structured offense and how to key and make the reads and things like that, because he does not have to do that at the level of football he plays right now. There's certainly been improvement with kind of less of that backyard playground style as his high school career's gone on, but it's going to take him at least a year to adjust, I think, as a redshirt year or number 2 year. Like guys from the small school level at quarterback very rarely succeed when you throw them in there as true freshmen. It doesn't work very well. So, with him, I mean, the ceiling's incredibly high, but he needs development. So, if he ends up at Texas Tech or even Florida State, it'll be very interesting to see because those staffs have not gotten quarterbacks drafted. Jordan Travis, I think, is the only QB that's been drafted between Florida State and Texas Tech, those two staffs, since they've been there. I don't think any quarterback's been drafted. Baron Morton might at this point, the way he's playing, but
yeah.
I mean, Will Hammond came in there and did just as good, if not better. So
he did better. I mean, that's.
I didn't watch enough to say it confidently. So
one of the best quarterback performances I've seen all year, and he played a half, and he's not expected to play anymore. They're on a bye now, and then Baron Morton should be back by the first week in October. But man, Will Hammond, that's what I was saying. I know he's locked in there, but there are going to be some teams that's happened before where a guy has a good half or a good game of football in relief, and they drive up a high press in the portal. We mentioned Kavian Bryant as the big name 2027 visitor from Saturday, but 2026 still isn't done. The pen has not hit paper. Texas is still going hard for a good amount of guys, trying to keep a few guys in the class and trying to add a few more. 5-star Oregon commit, Jalen Lott, athlete prospect, plays both sides of the ball, wide receiver and corner. Committed to Oregon in the summer, and really it seemed like Texas finished third there behind USC as well. He's a legacy, and there was always going to be hope that they could get him back on campus in the fall, and that's what they do against San Jose State or against Sam Houston State. Jalen Lott on campus. They already have an elite two-way player in his class in Jermaine Bishop, and we talked about through the spring and summer months how much it would mean to pair both put both those guys in a Texas class in terms of the versatility that you're getting just out of two players alone. Jalen Lott on campus at Texas. What are we looking like here right now?
Yeah, I mean, Jalen Lott right now, if you're not talking receiver, he doesn't want to talk. So Texas is full pitches receiver. That's what he's committed to play at Oregon. That's what USC recruited him to play in LA. Very quiet on his end. They've kind of gone off the radar. I know in some cases that can be viewed as a positive. That's not really the way I'm looking at this. Not looking at it as a negative either. But, I mean, kind of like Lagway, who I talked about earlier, like Jalen Lott's entire recruitment has been calculated and organized and planned to the very T. Like, his father, obviously the Hall of Fame or a Hall of Honor member at Texas, but his father's also like a recruiting consultant. Families come to him and pay him to advise their kid and their son and their family how to go about the recruiting process. They know exactly what they're doing. So if they're being quiet, it's all part of their plan, whether that's to flip to Texas or stick with Oregon. They're sticking to their plan, and I don't expect really much of any info to be out a lot up until a flip either happens or he, posts he's sticking with Oregon. I will say, though, it has to be looked at as a positive. Like, Jalen Lott has been down to Texas so many times in his life. This has nothing to do with wanting to see the Texas receivers or if Arch Manning and the offense can click. It has nothing to do with that. It's in-person, face-to-face talks with Chris Jackson, Steve Sarkisian, and the rest of the Texas staff. Meeting with them in person and talking face-to-face. That's why it happened. And I think it's important, and that is a good sign for Texas. Because with the state of Texas kids who commit to Oregon or Ohio State or, Clemson or whomever, the closer you get to signing day, the more and more that travel and being that far from home, the more and more it becomes a real thing and a real feeling like, wow, I'm really going to be a 5-hour flight away from home. But at Texas, we just drove 3.5 hours from Frisco and we're down here. And my parents both went here and played sports here. Like it gets more real the closer you get to signing day. So I think, best case scenario, if he can show up again for another visit, that'd be great. Or even the Texas OU game in Dallas, not really a true recruiting visit, but he can sit in the stands and watch the game. Staff can FaceTime him before the game, all that. So I'm interested to see, if we can dig up any more stuff. But right now, kind of in wait and see mode. And with how calculated, how, planned out everything's been, I also would probably expect Locke to get up to Oregon sooner or later so we can see them this season and in person and talk with those coaches in person and make that, travel one more time. Real quick while we're here, got to give myself a pat on the back. I love to do that. Look at him. Look at little baby Will Hammond. Spring of his sophomore year. No one even knew he existed. I called him sneaky fast. This is before he ran track and placed in district hurdles, so I can get away with that. But also at Lake Travis University, saw a training session. This trainer, he will not be named, but total POS, still owes me a lot of money. So that's why we're not fans of him. But anyways, Will, I want to get into some other things. Before we do that, I want to remind everyone we talked about that Florida game, the DJ Lagway expected to be back or whatnot, but it has been announced 2:30 p.m. kick Saturday, October 4th for the Florida game. The time was finalized. It was either going to be between 2:30 and 3:30 Central, or I believe 7 or 6:30 and 7:30 Central. Mm-hmm. So Texas, getting some good luck there, not having a night game in the swamp. We can hit on this one from I'm sorry, I'm not going to try to pronounce your name. Yeah. I'm going to mess it up. But said, should we talk about UT's running backs or UT's running back committee? I'm really more interested in what running back play / calls show up and succeed for Florida game rather than Arch's arm game.
Yeah,
if Baxter and Wisner are healthy, they're the bell cows. I think the young guys or the reserves, whatever you want to call them, Christian Clark, Jared Gibson, James Simon, they've shown flashes. They've done well, but, the only reason they're playing is because Baxter and Wisner are hurt. That's who the staff likes more. That's who they trust more. They have more experience. They're more productive. assignments, pass pro, everything. They like those guys more. So if Wisner and Baxter are playing, I would heavily expect them to get like 90% of the running back carries. Maybe they get Jared Gibson in there. He's a state of Florida kid, originally from the Gainesville area. Maybe they get him in there on the goal line, let him score a touchdown or something. I don't know. But yeah, the Texas, if Wisner and Baxter are healthy, they're getting the lion's share of carries from as soon as they're healthy to whenever the season ends or whatnot.
But there's really more to do in a Texas running game, I think, than there has been since Bijan was on the team. You have 5 guys that can legitimately produce for you, and we haven't seen if the 3 younger guys can do it against good defenses. I mean, obviously they had a lot of success against Sam Houston State and San Jose State. Those are 2 terrible run defenses, and even looked good against UTEP too. But Texas could roll out 5 running backs in every game and give 2+ carries to I think even 3 or more to all 3 of those guys. I think Christian Clark has played his way into an every game role for Texas running game. You would have thought that Jarrett Gibson would have been in that spot, but I really think that Clark has shown off more to this point. And I'm not saying that Jarrett Gibson won't be involved, because I do think he will be. I think we are going to get legitimate carries from 4 guys and maybe see a little bit of James Simon. Maybe Texas kind of load manages Baxter and Wisner in this game, but given that they missed 2 and 3 weeks respectively, I would imagine they're going to try to go kind of hard. But if you get up early in that game, don't expect big numbers from either one of those guys, because I do think that Texas is going to lean on the youth and the running back room all year. And that's a huge part of competing in the SEC, is that depth. And we talk about depth in the trenches a lot as a key to victory in this conference. But at running back, at receiver, Texas is deep, and they're deep enough in the run game where they could really be more dynamic than just about anyone else.
Yeah. CB said, I think this is the season the 1,000-yard running back streak ends. Honestly, great prediction. Because they can't even – I don't want to say pad stats or cheat, but that's kind of what happened in the Florida game last year. Like, it was a conference game. So, and it's still Florida. They're an SC team, all that. But, I mean, Florida, that game was not competitive. Their defense is much better this year. So, who could they maybe run stats up against? I'm not sure, especially because, they haven't been at no point in the season has Texas had the ball up 1 or 2 scores with however many minutes left in the fourth, and they just need their O-line to lean on the defense and get first downs running the ball. They haven't had to do that yet. And to be honest with how they played, I don't have confidence in Texas really being able to consistently do that this season. But that being said, the 1,000-yard running back streak is certainly on the line. And at this rate, probably it's not going to happen. Jake Bayless said the get-in price for the UF game is currently $165. Swear it was over $300 when I looked a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Well, blue and orange fans are probably getting rid of their tickets as soon as they can. But
and some Texas people too. I even had a few friends that were planning on going to this game, and I think probably when they saw Florida against LSU said, "Oh, this may not be worth the trip." I think Texas can handle business there. But it's still going to be a tough environment. 90,000 plus, I would imagine they still are able to get there. There was a question earlier. Let me bring that one back up actually, about how Texas kind of fares in a tough environment. Here we go. Arch is going to be back in a loud 90,000 plus fan atmosphere. Anyone think the Ohio State game volume affected Mr. Arch and company? It absolutely did. I mean, you go back to that first drive of the Ohio State game, he can't hear. It's pretty clear. He's shaking his head after every play. And that lasted a good amount of the game. They were making a lot of audibles, especially midway through that game. And he was having a hard time reading anything from the sidelines. He was absolutely rattled. I don't think there's much debate on that. And this is his opportunity to show that, that was first game as the true, full-time starter. That was just jitters there. Because it's going to be loud. It doesn't matter what Florida's record is. It doesn't matter who's playing quarterback for them. It doesn't matter if they're thinking about firing their coach. The Swamp is a fortress, and Texas is going to need a lot to win that game. Are they favored? Yes. Should they win the game? Yes. Everything changes when you get inside an SEC stadium.
Yeah, they need to get the ear holes and arches helmet filled in. I've seen some schools are starting to do that at away games to their quarterbacks. Yeah, I'm not going to that Florida game, but I said it yesterday or last week, but man, the hype, the mystique around this Lagway Arch matchup has just gone down the toilet. All right, we had a basketball question here on the Rockets. Before we get into that, I have another basketball question, or not really a question, but what are your thoughts on Bruce Pearl retiring and his son getting the job? Because you know me, college basketball casual. I watch Texas games a little bit every now and then I watched the conference tournament for the SEC, and the bracket, the big tournament at the end of the year, March Madness. But here's a quote from Dan Woken, not sure what it is. He covers college basketball for Yahoo Sports. This is all he tweeted. Is it worth 2 Final Fours if it means you're forced to make a Nepo hire that you'll probably have to clean up in 3 years? Interesting test case at Auburn. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this is very similar to what happened to Virginia last year. I think people kind of forget. Like, it's fun to rip on Bruce Pearl. People have done it for years and years, but Tony Bennett retired in October last year, 19 days before Virginia had their first game. And Virginia was not playing as high of a level in Tony Bennett's last year as Auburn was last year. But this is not unprecedented. It should be. There should not be coaches leaving once the school year starts in basketball. But that's part of the game at this point. He's not going to pursue a Senate seat, I think. He's really just retiring. I don't really understand the move, but I guess this was his heart's not in it anymore, and he doesn't want to do it. This Auburn program will stay afloat for the next at least 2 years. Stephen Pearl was a big part of the recruiting efforts there, and giving him a head coach role will be interesting. I'm not sure how many elite prospects will really respect him early on, as they did his father. But if they have a good year this year and next year, they can keep that dynasty going. I call it a dynasty, but they haven't come away with gold yet. Once they do, we'll see. I think it'd be really hard for Stephen Pearl to win a national championship, though.
Didn't his son not start coaching till he was 31, or he was in his 30s?
I'm not sure. To be honest, know nothing about the guy other than that he's Bruce Pearl's son, and he's been an assistant, one of the top assistants there over the last few years.
Man, if I was a big-time Auburn fan, probably be hanging from my ceiling fan right about now. Football coach is Hugh Freeze. The basketball coach, Nepo baby. I don't even really know if he's deserving or not, but I just, we'll continue this agenda, this riff that he's a Nepo baby. I don't know. You just love college sports. There's never a dull moment. Never a dull moment.
And you have to love Auburn on Auburn's, fan sites and boards over the last year. They've now leaked that Bruce Pearl was going to retire. The Nick Saban was going to leave Alabama. A lot of people forget that. That was kind of the first place it was.
I remember that one.
Was someone saying, "Hey, my buddy's a booster at Auburn, and he just heard that Saban's leaving Bama." And this is the third time the message board geniuses has said, "Oh, look at this ridiculous thing that is said on an Auburn board," and it actually happened. I can't remember what the third one was, but it was something kind of important. You mentioned Steve Pearl didn't coach until he was in his 30s. I'm not sure that old. It's actually, you're right. It is 31. He spent, he was a player at Tennessee from 2007 to 2011, and then worked as a medical sales representative at Stryker Corporation for 3 years. I'm not sure how he left there in 2014 and then became an assistant strength and conditioning coach right after that, and then made his way up to the associate head coach position by 2023. Far from the first Nepo hire in college basketball, I'll say that.
Yeah. The funniest part about it, though, that the reason everyone keeps making fun of nepotism is because Bruce Pearl was not a fan of all the Bronny James stuff and tweeted about it several times. People are digging up those tweets right now. So, yeah. yeah. So,
but
all right.
You mentioned Fred VanVleet. We can move to I had the first little NBA segment that we've had in a while.
So,
go for it.
We're going to do something after this, so make it quick.
Yeah.
How did this even happen? Like, they have $0 left to use in free agency, so they just have to let them walk, and that's that?
No, so the Rockets have a training camp in the Bahamas. They usually go somewhere tropical. This is a thing that a lot of NBA teams do right before media day, a little voluntary/involuntary, destination training camp. Fred VanVleet was playing. I think they're playing 5-on-5, and it sounds like had a kind of a freak torn ACL injury. Man, this is, as someone that even ripped on Fred VanVleet, wow, so much, especially early in the season last year. I can't believe this is my reaction to it, but this is a terrible blow for the Rockets. And you mentioned, they are right under the second apron. They're hard capped right now. They can apply for what's called a disabled player exception or something like that. But they still can't sign anyone. They're still hard capped. They're going to have to make a roster move to get anyone. Russell Westbrook is still available. Ben Simmons is still available. There's still some guys that could play point guard for you. I don't think Russ is the best choice at this point, but there is some value in having the 2012 Thunder together. I mean, you would have Russ, KD, Steven Adams, and Jeff Green all on the same team over a dozen years later.
The unction.
This is, Reed Shepherd hardly played as a rookie after being drafted 3rd overall, and now he is the guy that just became important at work. I saw that a lot yesterday. He's the starting point guard on a team that has, I believe, the second best odds to win the West. So he is he's going to have to be good or things are not. And Kevin Durant has still not been paid. Tari Eason still has not been paid. Kind of as we expected, at least for the last month, there are more questions than answers when it comes to the Rockets this year and their future. I have no doubt in my mind that Kevin Durant will sign a 2 or 3 year deal, maybe as soon as today, when the Rockets media day kicks off. And same goes for Tari Eason. You're going to have to pay both those guys. Tari's going to be making close to 30, if not that. And obviously Kevin Durant is getting the max and a contract that will likely keep him for the rest of his career in Houston. But yeah, NBA Media Day kicking off today. Someone mentioned Kawhi. I'm going to wrap this up real quick. Someone mentioned Kawhi. Nothing has happened there. This active investigation or active case with the tree company that they're all wrapped up with is still going on. And Steve Ballmer is going to have to, I think, release some more information on that pretty soon. But nothing really to come out of Pablo Torre's excellent report on Kawhi Leonard receiving a ton of money, something close to $100 million, I believe, maybe in the 75 range, that Kawhi Leonard made against the rules of the NBA. He circumvented the salary cap pretty obviously.
Tree man gets paid, baby. It's one of the funniest things to me about the whole thing is like Pablo Torre. I bet ESPN's like, hey man, like why didn't you do any of this when you work for us? Like what's going on here? And I don't pay attention to the NBA outside of when it's an ongoing season. I forgot Kevin Durant even signed with the Rockets, but hey, easy money sniper and Unkfest at the Unction. Excited to see the Rockets this year. Last thing, yesterday it was leaked that Texas's 3 annual SEC opponents are going to be Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas A&M. Today at 6 p.m., I believe on the SEC network, I assume it'll be on there, or either ESPN or ABC. The opponents for the next 4 years outside of the 3 annual opponents are going to be revealed. That means Texas will have 6 opponents plus the 3 annual ones for 2026 and 27. and it will also be released who Texas will play the 6 other opponents besides the 3 annual ones in 2028 and 2029. Will, since joining the SEC for its first season, or for the first season in 2024, Texas has not played Alabama, or they have not played 7 teams. It is Alabama, Auburn, LSU, Missouri, Ole Miss, South Carolina, and Tennessee. Texas, they need 6 games to pair with their 3 annual ones. Who do you want to see the Longhorns play?
Of course, I want to see Bama. I want to see Texas in Austin playing Alabama again. 3 years removed from when they should have won that game in 2023. And 4 years past that, 3 years past the win in Tuscaloosa. I'd love to see the Horns in Oxford. I think that'd be a really fun game. Unfortunately, Texas didn't get that one as a permanent opponent. Oklahoma did, as CB or someone, Jake just said here. OU gets to preserve this historic rivalry with Ole Miss. OU just didn't have a third team that really made sense. Thought about Arkansas, but Arkansas was kind of all filled up. I'd love to see in Austin against Alabama. I'd love to see at Ole Miss. I'd love to see Tennessee. I don't really care where that game is, but that's a game, I think we'll probably see once every other year. And then, who's left? Mizzou, South Carolina, a couple teams that, maybe Texas should care about. I would think that we probably get Georgia next year too.
Yeah. I don't know. Very curious to see what comes out tonight at 6 p.m. Central. Again, that is when the full opponents will be revealed. Schedule will be down the road, though. Last thing, one thing I think is very important for Texas, I don't know if they're able to do this, if they can change it or how it would work with the SEC, but if the 3 annual opponents are Arkansas, Oklahoma, and A&M, one of those is, a neutral site game, right? So that's the season ticket, or the fans who pay for season tickets are getting one less conference game every other year because Texas will be the home team, but it's a neutral site game. So that being said, I think it'd be very, very, very smart of Texas. Again, I don't know if they'll be able to do this, but if they can get it where they have Arkansas at home the year they play A&M on the road, and they have, Arkansas and Fayetteville the year they play A&M in Austin. Just because if you can guarantee a rivalry game in Austin, I think it's a better product for the fans. And also, Texas obviously did it and got it done. They went to Fayetteville and College Station and beat both programs in their home stadiums. But, that's not an easy thing to do. No. And, especially when years from now, it won't be Mississippi State, Vandy, and Kentucky. It's, could be Georgia, Bama, LSU. That's a different ball game. So, yeah, and Jake makes a good point. The big non-con games the next 2 years are at home. Ohio State will come to Austin in 2026, and then Bryce Underwood in Michigan in 2027. That'll be year 3 for Underwood in Ann Arbor. So it'll be interesting. But anyways, we're going to get out of here. BK hasn't texted me. All good. But up next, something on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. And then at 2 p.m., Chip and Zay, they'll be back on the live stream, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever your live stream. We're going to get out of here. We'll see you on Thursday. You all have a great Tuesday. Peace. Thanks for watching.